Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? Guitar Lilin, I hope you're well. I hope you're not getting too addicted to Balatro. It's quite an addicting game that you do seem to be quite enjoying. But hopefully you're all good. It is... Wait, it's Friday today, isn't it? Only slightly addicted. I've not played it in a few days, but it is very, very addicting. Went to bed around 10 a.m. Only a little bit addicted then. Just a little bit. Hopefully you at least got some sleep still, though. Right. So the plan for today has changed ever so slightly. I did AFK as I said I was going to yesterday, and I did have to do a few things off stream, just to make sure things kept running while we were doing that, and I'll go over that in a second. But yeah, Ruthenium is the big thing we were waiting for. We've still only got 473 over the few hours that it has been running. But we have backed up to, we got like 24,000 platinum group sludge in there now. And this will turn off when we have over, I think, over about 24,000 or so. That turns off. I did have to do a couple of things, though. One, I had to change this from running at HV to running at EV. Because I was running out of nitric acid. And I had to add another electrolyzer onto here, and this is dealing with the ammonium chloride. Because we were backing up on ammonium chloride, and I completely forgot to deal with this. So this is basically now electrolyzing that back into ammonia and hydrochloric acid when we get it. But yeah, that's pretty much all I changed. And yeah, it's been running okay. It's pretty slow, unfortunately, but it is running. It's running constantly, which is nice. But yeah, like I say, we did not get a huge amount of ruthenium. Same with we've got the same amount of rhodium and ruthenium. We're at just over 200 iridium, and it'll probably be the same for osmium. So we've not got a huge amount done. But it's better than nothing. 2.5 hours, then Kath woke you up telling you it was 3 p.m. Ouch. 2.5 hours is not enough, Guitar Little, and you need more sleep than that. 2.5 hours is not enough. But yes, the plan for today. Basically, I want to spend today and possibly tomorrow, well, possibly next week, next Monday as well, plugging a few leaks in our infrastructure. I've been noticing things starting to slow down, struggling a little bit in certain areas with kind of processing things fast enough and getting the things that we need and a few other bits and pieces. So I want to kind of plug a few leaks in our current infrastructure. That is a large part of the plan today. One of those leaks I want to plug is I want to double up all of this. Well, I only need to double up the thermal centrifuges and the macerators, realistically, because these were mostly running at MV. I've turned a couple of them to HV, just while we were processing the things for the platinum group sludge, because that just stopped at the ore washers, so it was never going to back up in these barrels or anything like that. But yeah, we're going to double all this up. Oh, well, double these two up, and then we're going to have to change these to HV distilleries just so we can get enough distilled water to run those. This is going to be the first thing we do. I want to do that now before I start putting any more ores through, or any more kind of ores to process. We don't need to worry about this one so much anymore, because this was basically just macerating the raw ores. We may eventually have to do that if we start using the micro miners more, because we always get raw ores from there. But if we're just getting all of our ores from the large miners, we're getting it as crushed ores anyway, so it skips this whole step. But that's the first thing. The other major thing we need to fix is... Oh, it's broken again. This, basically, power storage. it's not good enough. 288 million is not enough. Also, why is this still producing power? You should be shutting off now. But yeah, this is one of the things we need to fix, because we're only storing 288 million RF, which doesn't last very far. Like that at our rough kind of average power usage, if that was filled and all the power turned off, that would last for about 3 minutes. Which is obviously not a lot. So we need to fix that today. I've been kind of got an idea of how we're going to, but I've not fully figured it out yet. Anyway, first things first. 4 more macerators and 4 more thermal centrifuges. Oh, and 2 distilleries. Distilleries. That's the one. Trying to stay awake till evening now? Well, hopefully I can help keep you awake for at least for a little bit. But yeah, I'd been trying to kind of hold out on upgrading or adding to these until we got to the multi-block machines. But I think we're still a little ways away from them realistically. So we kind of have to do these. I'm also going to need... What am I going to need? We're going to need an 8 amp HV converter, which we don't have a recipe for at the moment. But it should be easy enough to do. We might as well do this with silicon rubber as well. And then we need the 8 amp cable. All right, so that goes into there. That goes into there. Yes, the builder can build things. It just needs a shape card. Has gained itself a job then. GG builder. He's doing better than me. All right, PAM providers. Please go into there. We don't need to upgrade the converter for the macerators, thankfully, because those are... each one, you can run like 16 of them off a single amp. So we do not need to worry about that. We do need the thermal centrifuges, though, and we do need that. We need the distilleries. And, oh, we are also going to need, wait, do the distilleries... Can they run off a single amp, or do they have to run off 4 amps? If we have 2 of them. We're running that recipe. Yeah, they'll need a 4 amp one. Okay. And we are going to need quite a bit more vibrant alloy wires. There's already a block where I tell it to build. Will I replace it or just skip the space? I'm not sure, actually. There might be options inside the builder itself to kind of dictate what it'll do in those situations. It'll probably be the buttons on the left-hand side. But without having one in front of me, I can't say for certain. so thermal centrifuges. And macerators. It's not so much that it's a troublesome question. It's just that if I don't have something in front of me, my memory's not great. I'm never sure if I'm kind of like remembering things correctly or not. Oh, I didn't actually need to make another 4-amp converter, did I, since we're switching this one out. Anyway. Alright, we just need to do that, right? I think 9 should be enough. 9 was not enough. Then it is. Wait. Okay, right. That's better. Wolfie, how you doing? Raid thingy? I don't think anyone's raided. I know Zidek ended before we started today. How you doing though, Wolfie? I hope you are doing well. Right, what do we actually need in these? Circuit-wise. Circuit 1's in those. 4-amp HV converter. We need to get rid of those before we plug anything in. All right. Circuit 1, and we need you to push down into there. Need you to push into there, and you need to be on circuit 1. Give it some water, and then hopefully that should be good. Although we do obviously need to copy all of these over. We can upgrade these all to running at HV now. And then we just got to hope we've got enough laser cards for this. Oh, we had game problems, so gave up early. Wow, that's a little harsh. I mean, it's kind of hard to stream if your game is causing you problems. We can't judge him too harshly for that. Or at all, in fact. Right, okay, so copy that, copy that. We are... I don't know if we're going to have enough or not here. I don't think we are.
Oh, I see. Running away, you yellow bastard!
Hey, me, enjoy the lurk, man. I appreciate it. Unless it to crash. Yeah, he doesn't tend to. He does tend to kind of play a slideshow quite often. Towards the end of packs, but he doesn't tend to crash very often. So hopefully it's nothing too serious and it doesn't stop his playthrough in any way. Because that'd suck. Alright. So, once we've done this, I am going to have to go and move the miner again as well, because we want to go and get a little bit more shelled... a little bit more Sheelite and Tungstate. Just ignored them? Awesome. I'm assuming by the reaction there, I'm assuming that was the desired response. or the desired way you wanted it to work. Right, what we're doing? She lights. Let's just see if this works. We'll put a stack in first and make sure this is working. That appears to be working. That appears to be working. Perfect. All right. I mean, there's no reason why it wouldn't have done, but I feel like I do need to... You know what? Let's do that. Let's set this up. Basically, I want to set this up. I'm going to set this up so that we can just output from this network to there. I don't know how I'm going to get this cable over to there, but I'm sure we can manage it. It might not be pretty though. Right, grab that. There we go. Right. So we want it to come down here. Oh, actually, that might not work out too badly. It's a little annoying that we've got to do... kind of go underneath like that, but there's not really any other way around it. This is where entangled blocks would have been really nice. Right, so we set that up, and then we extract from there. And then we get it to extract those. That would connect the two networks, though, Furious. Pretty sure it would, anyway. Yeah, they're completely separate networks. Right, there we go. Sheelite. We also want to extract the tungstate as well. Not the purified. Crushed. There we go. Right, now we can just tell that what we wanted to export so we can process that. No, it's on a subnetwork. Basically, it's just a subnetwork for mostly just for storing all of the various raw ores and crushed ores that we get. Just because I don't want them all in the main ME system, so I just have them stored in this one. Right, okay, so we need to go and... I don't know how much this is going to... I think from what I worked out earlier, this is only going to get us about another like 13 or 1400 tungsten. So we do need more. So I think we want to move this over to another... I'm pretty sure this is done now. It does appear to be done. All right. We want to move this over to another tungstate and scheelite vein. Before too long, one of the things I do want to work on doing today is starting to maybe set up an area where we can get things ready for passive microminer missions. Because then we can probably use microminer missions in order to get tungstate and scheelite, which would just be a little bit easier. Right, I think there was another vein somewhere on this main island, but I can't remember where it was. Down this way. Assuming around about here. Yeah, not a huge amount in it, but it's something. All right. A laser node will go there. There will be another laser node there. I'm starting to get a little quicker with setting all this up again. It's a lot easier when there is... it's a lot easier when you don't have to worry about sorting out all of the various byproducts and stuff. Because they're already done. Alright. Right, move the miner home point and... chunk load that. Okay, cool. That will fill your small drives up so bad. Wait, what are you doing at the moment anyway, Guitar Lily? I'm assuming this is still in cuboid. Right, so that all seems to be working nicely. Okay, let's make sure everything is still ticking along okay over here as well. Which it is. Although, actually, this could do with going a little bit quite quicker. Oh, right, that was actually one of the things I needed to check on. I need to make sure we are keeping... we need to make sure we have enough hydrochloric acid, by the way. I keep... yeah, we are... I'm pretty sure we are dropping hydrochloric acid at the moment. We've got 1,226. I would have said 1,222 already, so... so we are probably going to need to set up a system for just making hydrochloric acid as well. Denature machine room, making the floors for the above ground base. Ah, okay. Well, the digger's definitely coming in handy then, I guess. But yeah, we are definitely chewing through the hydrochloric acid. So let's get that fixed next. And then we'll start working on the real problem, which is power storage. I think I've got an idea for that, but I'm not entirely certain if it's going to work or not. So we'll have to see. It's going to mean making quite a lot of these, though. But thankfully, they can be reused later on. Right, what was I going to make? Hydrochloric acid. How are we making hydrochloric acid? That's the recipe I've got favorited. I don't know if that's going to be the best recipe or not. Water and rock salt actually isn't that bad of a recipe. Probably check the LCR recipes, though. Chlorine and ethylene. That's giving us vinyl chloride, so we're actually already making that elsewhere. But rock salt, we've got a lot of rock salt to process, but I don't know if we've got a lot of rock salt. And it's not a renewable source right now. So yeah, only 2,531. We want things that we have a renewable source of. And if they give us some form of reasonable byproduct as well, that would be great, but it's not really a big deal if it doesn't. Apatite, sulfuric acid, and water. That will also give us phosphoric acid, which we might need later. Propene and chlorine. Chlorine and methane is still looking like one of the better options here. That will also give us chloroform, and I don't know if we have any use for chloroform at the moment. Or chlorine and hydrogen also gives us hydrochloric acid, and we know we've got both a decent amount of both of those. Chlorine and ethane. Hydrofluoric acid, methane, chlorine, propene, and hypochlorous acid. Oh, we're making epichlorohydrin elsewhere anyway. I've not looked at star technology for a while, actually. Water, chlorine, methane, and silicon, which we're actually already making as well, because we're making polydimethyl siloxane. But it's obviously not getting us enough. Chlorine and benzene. Oh, we got 11,000 buckets of benzene. And dimethyl benzene. What else do we get with that? Dichlorobenzene. Is that what we've already got? No, we've got dimethyl benzene. What is dichlorobenzene used for? Not that. Oh, polyphenylene sulfide. If I remember rightly, we need at some point. Is it polyphenylene sulfide? I could have sworn it was. Yeah, we need it for the higher tier cables. So maybe that's worthwhile doing. Or there's always chlorine and methane, which gives us chloromethane. Dimethyl dichlorosilane, obviously, which can also be used to make polydimethyl siloxane. Chlorine, propene, and water. We're already using that recipe to make epichlorohydrin. I'm kind of thinking that chlorine and benzene might be the way to go for this. Because the dichlorobenzene is always going to be needed for the polyphenylene sulfide. And if we can start making that now, it will save us a job later on. And that looks like it's used for literally all of the higher tier cables. But yeah, let's do that, because like benzene, we're getting a reasonable amount of benzene in, and we're not using a ton. Right. More large chemical reactors. Interesting to say the least. They've regregified AE. So one of the things I quite liked about it before, actually, was the fact that they kept AE relatively simple. What have they done to regregify it? I mean, in fairness, it was incredibly simple to set up. The ME system was. So hopefully they've not made it too difficult, because otherwise that'll just make it frustrating. Right, let's re-favorite that recipe. And if we just do this at MV, Like 1.5 seconds. That gets us 2 buckets as well, which is fantastic. And 1.5 seconds is fine. Cool. All right, and then we are going to need ME input hatches. I love these things, by the way. We don't need an input bus. We're just going to need input hatch and output hatch, right? Yeah, they've added gold skystone alloy and fluic steel and stuff for it. Okay. Interesting. So long as they've not gated it further down the progression line. Because it's always nice to be able to get auto crafting set up as early as possible. Because it's not generally something that breaks progression in any way. It just makes life easier. And less frustrating to deal with. Right, we're going to need a few more of those. We're also going to need a maintenance hatch. Right, while that's doing its thing, let's go and find somewhere to put this. We've got the rest of... Oh, actually, I wonder if we could just reuse this output hatch. Are we getting anything else from the nitric acid? Oh, yeah, we are getting sulfuric acid from that as well. Wait, no, are we? Oh, that's not the recipe we're using. What am I talking about? No, I think we're just getting nitric acid. So, and there is 3 outputs in here. So, yeah, I think we can just reuse that. There's not anything else being used on here, is there? No, hold on. Let's... break this then. Then we can wall share with the coil. Right, put maintenance hatch, LCR. Right, let's fix this as well. And the quest was in the same spot, so I think it'll still be the same tier. A lot of recipes were changed. That's okay. I don't mind that. As long as it's not gated, like, further down. That's when it gets, like, frustrating. When you have to wait longer for storage. Wait, where did I... I've got the one I'm converter. I'm sure I grabbed the MVNG hash, didn't I? I guess not. Well, we need 6 more PTFE casings. Uh-huh. Alright. We need another sign. I need to make signs auto-craftable, actually. Right, that's going to be hydrochloric acid. Bring that down there. How do I want to organize this? Is the next question. Nope. Wrong wrench. We need that there. And we need something there. I kind of prefer to have this in line with here. In line with the sensor. That's kind of annoying. There we go. That looks a little better. That'll work. Right, that's all online. We need the converter. And lasers. Right, we need another emitter as well, so we can turn this thing off, and a machine controller. Right, and hydrochloric acid. If we try and just make sure we've always got 1024 buckets, we'll emit a redstone signal when it's below that. And then we want this active on high redstone signal. Okay. Then we just have to output. What are we outputting? 4 buckets of chlorine, 1 bucket of benzene, and it's going to be on circuit 2. Wait, it was 4 buckets and 1 bucket, right? Yeah, okay. And that will be on... Wait, can I not set it? Oh, I can set a second. Never mind. Ignore me. Right, that shouldn't turn on now anyway, because we have got over that amount. So if we just set this a little higher, that will make... That will work, basically. Right, so that should keep us in hydrochloric acid when we start to drop. I think the main reason we're starting to drop the hydrochloric acid is just because this is now running constantly. Or at least it will be for a while, going through the She-Light. That should now be fine. This is still running nicely by the looks of things. We've still got 24,000 platinum group sludge. And 849 bornite still to go to process in there. So we are doing all right. Ruthenium, we are... I swear that's going up quicker now. We're now up to 532 ruthenium. So that's going to be useful for later. Right. Now, the next problem we've got to solve is the one that I've kind of been dreading. I was hoping to get to the power substation before we did this, but I think we do need something in between now and then. Because the power substation, we need LUV for. And we are not quite there. Just for remembrance, you're making sure to do creeper holes in another block as a decoration. So, I mean, see, you're just kind of employing creepers now, as well as the builder to help you decorate your base. Hmm. I'm a little curious how much we can actually output from here now. So each one of those is 32,000. Another 32,000. Another 32,000. Okay, so we can output plenty. That's fine. I didn't need to worry about that. Anyway, power storage. I'm probably going to do this temporary thing in a somewhat strange way. But basically, our best way of storing power now is going to be storing it as EU rather than storing it as RF. Because each one of these gives us 8 million RF storage, which is only 2 million EU storage. If we look at these, the Lapatronic Energy Orbs, each one of these gives us 250 million EU, which is 1 billion RF storage. So basically, storing power in these is going to be a much better option. So what I would like to do, and I have no idea if this is going to work or not, we'll find out soon enough, but if we use IV battery buffers, we get a 16 amp or 16x IV battery buffer. We set that down as our power storage. We either fill it or we could even just do it with just like 10 of these. Because 10 amps of IV output is going to be more than enough for the duration while we're using this. But if we make like 10 of those, fit them into a 16x battery buffer, and then we have a 16 amp IV converter. Where are we? Yeah, if we have two 16 amp converters, one going into the, or one coming out into the battery buffer, one coming out of it. So basically what will happen is EU will come into the converter, RF will come into the first converter, convert it into EU, store it in the Lapatronic, what are they called? Lapatronic Energy Orbs inside the battery buffer, and then there will be a 16 amp converter on the output of it that will then convert that back into RF, and then we'll pull out the power from there into wherever it needs to go. Now, the only thing is we can only really fit 9 outputs from there. So 9 times 32,000. So really we only want 9, but the energy orbs in there, in fairness. But we can probably get more out of it anyway. But that's kind of the idea. The only thing is, I'm not sure if we'll be able to set this system for turning things off and on again up in the same way. We might have to rethink that. But that's my plan. Whether it works or not, we'll find out. But first things first, we need to make Lapatronic Energy Orbs. These things are quite expensive to make, and we don't have some of the things that we need for them at this point. We got the EV assembler, that's fine. Although I don't know if we've got it in the clean room or not. I think we do. Wow. I can't door. Yeah, we got the EV assembler in the clean room, so we're good with that. The other things that we don't have. Actually, we've got them up there, haven't we? So we need one of these for the Omni Breaker as well. But yeah, we've just got to do... Wait, have we got the MPIC chips? Are those the ones that we have? Yeah, we've got the MPIC chips. But that's fine. But yeah, it's just these. The fiber reinforced printed circuit boards, which is more sodium sulfate and anneal copper foil. Those are fine. Fiber reinforced circuit board is sulfuric acid, anneal copper foil, and reinforced epoxy resin sheets. Now, we don't have the reinforced epoxy resin sheets at the moment, but it does look like it is just carbon fibers and liquid epoxy in a chemical bath. So, not too difficult. The engraved Lapatron crystal chips are a bit trickier. In that we need another laser engraver. And Lapatron crystals. The Lapatron crystals are made in an assembler or a packer bottle. Well, no, just an assembler. The packer is just for when we take them out of there. This is the good thing about making quite a few of these as well. Because even when we switch over to the power substation, we can reuse these Lapatronic energy orbs to make... Where would it be? How do we make these? Yeah, to make the IV Lapatronic capacitors, which can store significantly more power in them. But anyway, right. So yeah, we need to make the Lapatron crystals. Those are made in an assembler with Lapatrons. and HV circuits. Lapatrons are made with Lapatron dust and liquid blue steel. Why would you use liquid blue steel when you can use water? Oh, significantly quicker, I guess. But not really worth it. Just when you're still getting the same amount out of it. It's a little bit faster, but it's not something that you're generally going to be producing loads and loads of, I don't think. So it's kind of... It's not really worth making the blue steel for it. Like, blue steel is sterling silver, bismuth bronze, black steel, and steel dust. Like, it's a whole kind of process for doing that, which arguably may not save you any time in the long run, depending on how you want things set up. But either way, we're not in a rush to get these, so just doing them with water or distilled water is going to be fine. I see no problems with doing it either way. Yeah, and Lapatron dust is Energium dust and Lapis dust. Energium dust is just redstone and ruby dust. So, relatively easy to do. We just need to get it all set up. And then the IV battery buffers. Just 16x tungsten wire. What are those? 8, 16, 32 tungsten. Oh, one of those. That's actually quite a lot, but we only need to make one of these. And the IV machine hull is just an IV machine hull. So that's not a problem. So yeah, it should all be very much doable. Not that ruby. I would never turn that ruby into dust. We will need to upgrade the circuit assembler we've got in here, though. Which we do not have a recipe for, but that's fine. We should be able to make everything we need. Stop making me replan everything. Yeah, it'll take us a minute or two to get all of that stuff going. We need to look... Another thing we need to look at later on, if we have time today, is nanoprocessor supercomputers. Which at the minute we can't do because we do need Lumium wire. Oh, wait. When can we start making the improved diode? The improved SMD components? Soon, by the looks of things. Although there's a little bit more we're going to have to do in order to get it working. We're getting there with those. And we are also going to need a 1 amp converter. And when we upgrade this, it will make this bit a little quicker as well, which is nice. Okay. Is there anything here that's going to cause issues? Yeah, with just those bits and pieces. All right. Where have we gone? There we go. Right, so... Circuit assembler. It will take a little while to craft all those, and we are going to do it with... I'm assuming we can do this with tin as well. We can. Do that there. Okay, so we just need to do platinum plates as well. Oh, we got one circuit. Right, so fiber reinforced circuit boards. Those just need to be in a chemical reactor. I did set up a chemical reactor in here, right? Yes, we did. Perfect. Okay. Right now, we're just waiting on the EV emitter. Right, so these... We still need the annealed copper foil. And we ran out of space in there. Okay, so that's the foils sorted out. And then just fiber reinforced circuit boards, which also need to be done in a chemical reactor, but that does not need to be in a clean room. And we need reinforced epoxy resin sheets. I think I've got a chemical bath set up. Yes, we do. Perfect. Do we have a high enough tier chemical bath? I don't know that. Hopefully. I've used that recipe. Wait, what tier do we need for it? Oh. Really? Just LV? Oh, well, that makes that easy. Kind of surprising, actually. Well, that will go in there, and... Chemical reactor. Oh, did I put it in as large chemical reactor or LCR? I did put it in as LCR. So that'll go in there. That will go in there. Let's make sure we can actually make that. I should make one of those first. The fact that that is not... The fact that the emitter is taking so long is a little concerning. Oh, wait a minute. I never actually transferred the power over there when I shifted it the other day. Oops. I guess it shows how often you need chemical baths. Are we talking IRL? It's raining cats and dogs, Guitar Lilin, or are we talking in-game? Wait. Okay. All right. There is circuit assembler. Oh, shit. I broke the wrong thing. And that goes in there. Okay. That bit works. bit also seems to be working. IRL version. Is that a good thing? Do I have a laser engraver with a blue lens? I don't think I do I? No. Alright. Another laser engraver. Pretty cool when you do, really. Yeah, I think I remember reading in, Zidic's Discord that you have you've got like a hosepipe ban at the moment. What do I need? It's end steel, isn't it? For I'm gonna run out of space for these soon. I'm glad I did make this this clean room nice and tall at least. And I'll go there. We need that. Civic has the hosepipe ban. We have recommendation not to do tub baths and save a bit. Okay, fair enough. I remember there being a discussion in there. I couldn't remember exactly what was said, though. Ah. I haven't actually... That's auto output. There we go. That's better. I'm so used to this, like, to outputting at the back of these, where you only have to click this once. Because the output is already on there. You have to click it twice on here. I always forget that. Okay, and then... There we go. Now we just need a blue lens. I feel like there was a way you could get... Yeah, sapphires. Do I have any sapphires? Oh, I have a sapphire lens. That works. That works. Okay, right. And output there. Alright, so that will go into the laser engraver. And then we need to do Lapotron crystals. Easy enough. And then the Lapotron. Do I have distilled water? I don't think I've got distilled water in my actual... No, I don't actually have distilled water. Do I want to set something up to passively create distilled water for us? Yeah, I played Ragnarmod. I played fully through Ragnarmod 5. Or was it 5? Was it 5 or 6? Which is not the most recent one. I started playing the most recent one where you start in Twilight Forest. The 2 prior to that I played through fully. Okay, so it would have been 5 and 6 that I've played through. Fun packs, actually. I really enjoyed them. Yeah, I can very much relate to that, Skitarl, and I am not a huge fan of cooking when it's warm. Right, I am gonna set up something for making us and keeping distilled water in stock. So let's actually do that now. We have. We're never gonna need like much distilled water. So if we just do like a 1K drive for it, and then just have a single advanced distillery. Was there a reason for asking about the Ragnarmod packs? There's not a new one being developed, is there? Because that would be kind of interesting. Right, distillery. We play 7. You want to see? Ah, right. I think I got as far as the overworld, just getting to the overworld in 7. I felt like the Twilight Forest start was just kind of tacked on for no reason. And it just kind of extended the start out with like no real purpose to it. I think that's actually what put me off it. Because like if it had been more worthwhile being there, but it just seems like you start the game going through the Twilight Forest, and then you get your rocket and you go to the overworld, and then you're essentially starting again anyway. It just seemed like kind of artificially extending the pack for no reason. I've forgotten what I was doing now. Oh, converter, that's what I wanted. Wait, did I? I've run out of space again. Where are they? Storage drives. Oh my god, how have I gone through so many of these already? God damn it. Alright, more storage drives. You know what? Let's just get another 2 going straight away. Yeah, I will agree that the packs like the ATM packs are definitely it's the same thing with different mods. And that's one of the reasons I don't like playing kitchen sink packs generally, because there's very little variation to it. And it's also one of the reasons why I'm kind of burnt out on Minecraft at the minute anyway. Is that it's a lot of the same thing. Just with slightly different configurations. And the ATM packs are definitely like that. They're still enjoyable, but I'd rather be playing something like this, like Monifactory, where there's a little bit more to it. At least with Ragnarmod, I guess it does have a little bit more in the way of progression. Or at least the previous ones did. That does seem to be pretty much the progression of things, Picticon, yeah. I just made one of those, didn't I? I need 2. But it is like a lot of the same thing over and over again, and it does kind of get somewhat old somewhat quickly. All right, need cable anchors. Right, these should now go into... Yeah. Perfect. Okay, right. So that's sorted. And let's put this down here. I've still got to think how I'm going to Like, a lot of this stuff is probably going to have, once we start actually building the interiors of these places, a lot of this is probably going to have to get torn down and rebuilt. To make it fit kind of aesthetically. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Actually, you know what? We don't need laser nodes for this, do we? Since we're literally just converting water, we'll just use one of the infinite water covers. And then have the interface against there. What about more part of the Star Switch Chronic Evolution, and the goal is to make it create gear? You know what? I've actually thought about a... Not the potatoes and poop bit, but I have wondered, and I did kind of dismiss the idea. I did wonder what it would be like to have a pack where the kind of progression went in reverse. Where you start massively overpowered, and then you go backwards, but I kind of figured... That's not something that's really going to work, I don't think. It would be a very different concept, but I don't know how well something like that would work. I did realize that we still are going to need to turn this off, so we're still going to have to do that, aren't we? So if we put the water cover on the bottom. Right. We have power. Alright, what do we need in terms of circuit? Circuit 1. There we go. Right. It's going to take a little while for that to build up, but that's okay. We've still got a few more recipes we need to make before we can try making any of these. Thought about that too. Basically, you're tired of being a god and want to return to your roots. Have to build things to forget recipes. I love the concept of it. I don't know how well people would how much people would enjoy it though. That's the kind of downside to it, I guess. Right, so that goes in the autoclave. Then we need the Lapotron dust, which goes in a mixer. I might need to process some lapis, because I don't know if... I doubt we have any lapis dust. No. So we are going to have to do a few things. I don't know about ruby dust that we also need as well. Right, so this is the mixer on circuit 2, which we do have. And then we're going to need to do energium dust. It's going a mixer on circuit 1. Okay, yeah, we got a little bit of ruby dust. We're fine for ruby dust. We just need lapis dust. I've got to figure out how I'm going to get that while we're still processing all of the tungstate and scheelite at the moment. Anyway, that needs to go into... Where does that go? That goes in the assembler. I can't actually be bothered to find the right thing, so we'll just stick it into there. And then that goes into the EV circuit assembler. Funded your business, building business, one builder to tear down and one to build. I say that's efficiency for you. We've still got so much of this to go through. Do I have any lapis? I haven't got any lapis anyway. Yeesh. Okay. Right, so... Lapis dust. We can get from lazurite, sodalite, or lapis, unsurprisingly. I'm assuming we can macerate... lapis. We haven't got much of it, though, so I'm going to have to go and... I might actually have to go and manually mine. Which I don't like the sound of. But I think we're going to have to. Alright, we'll go back here. And let's have a look, see if we have any lapis around. We do, up to the northeast. Oh, thankfully it is in its own nice little vein down here, though. Which is good. So we should be pretty much directly above it here. How far down is this? Ah, there it is. Actually, let's do... We're not going to need, like, huge amounts of this, but just enough to make a few of those Lapitron energy orbs. Tribble, Banana, how you guys doing? Remember the whole bit where I said I wasn't going to need that macerator because we're not doing much manual mining anymore? Apparently I spoke a little too soon. I don't think we need any more than this, honestly. Grab a few last little bits. That'll do. Okay. Streaming, steaming room temp today. 32.5 currently. And I swear, it's my Steam Deck. My Stream Deck again has just told me it has an update available. It does that every time I'm streaming. What I already have looks awesome. Thanks, Tribble. Alright, what I would like to do, I think, is... Right, what do we... Right, lapis dust. We will get this from lazurite, it looks like we will actually get quite a bit. Sodalite, we will as well, and lapis. We actually get less. We'll actually get less lapis dust from lapis ore than we will from sodalite or lazurite. You're cooking, so your lights get a bit hot. So your lights get a lot hotter. Yeah, that'll that'll definitely do it. That's kind of why I've been avoiding cooking in any way the last few days. Right, now hopefully this will allow this to go through there. We are going to need storage for sodalite dust and lapis dust as well. I'm assuming I do not have either of those. Doesn't appear to. Any storage cells for those? And oh, sorry, Stu, I apologise if I'm butchering that name. Welcome. How are you doing? Sorry, I completely missed that message. I don't know how. It's like highlighted in on my screen, and I somehow still managed to miss it. I hope you're well, though. Alright, we need destruction cards. We need 2 of them, don't we? Because we need the... We've got lazurite there as well. Lazurite, sodalite, and lapis. Sodalite dust. Lapis dust. And lazurite dust. Hey, Sarge. Alright. So we have still only got 28 lapis dust though. Can we get lapis through hostile neural networks? We can't, can we? No. How much do we even need for this? Say we want to make 10 of these, or actually 11 of these, I think is probably going to be the better option. We want to make 11 of these. That is going to be... How much lapis? Oh. Not that much. Not as much as I thought it was going to be anyway. Right, we need 3 of that. So 6 lapis for each one. So 66. Yeah, we haven't got enough for now. But let's see if we can make 1 of these for the time being. There's going to be something I'm missing. Oh, okay. 42 lapis dust. Why does it take 42? So 2 lapis dust for each 5 lapitron dust. You need 15 lapitron dust per crystal. Oh, right. Because this is just to make the engraved lapitron. things. You need 24 of those, so yeah. Those 6 times 7, basically. Yeah, okay, so we need a lot of lapis dust. How are you doing, Sarge? How is your All the Mods 9 to the Sky playthrough going? Are you still working on that? Right, we have at least got the lazurite going through there. And we will soon have sodalite going through there as well. So we will get what we need. We just need to wait a little bit. Although I guess we can speed that up slightly. If we just grab a few of those and we just fill... Actually, yeah, we'll just fill 2 of those with the lazurite. I am starting to get a bloody headache, though. To be fair, I woke up this morning with a headache, which was not the best. Hey, there we go. We'll store one of those going for now. I need to turn those alerts down. Thank you for the hydrate, Tribble. I appreciate it. Right. So yeah, we've got one of those coming in. We're going to need to make another 10 of those at least. What we need to do before anything else, though, is make the thing that I just took off my bookmarks list. One of these. An IV battery buffer. Tungsten wire, 16x, so 1632, 64 tungsten wire. Speaking of which, how are we doing for tungsten now? Still only 1,500. Not a huge amount. A huge amount. Just died due to a corrupt hard drive. Ouch. That's not fun. Alright, what is taking the time with this? Laptron dust is crafting. Why is that taking so long, is my question. Shouldn't do. It's only like 5 seconds per recipe, so it's not that bad. Redeems hydrate quietly. I appreciate that. Alright, so we're going to be waiting on the tungsten wire. We can make the... Actually, we've already got... Wait, have we already got the hole? Yeah, we've already got the IV hole for that. For anyone who wasn't here earlier, basically what we're doing at the moment is sorting out better power storage. I should probably really have tested this out in a creative world first. Because I'm not 100% convinced it's going to work. I'm also not 100% convinced I'm going to be able to use the setup that I have down here, which... Oh... See, yeah, this is what happened before. Okay, I'm going to have to turn some things off. That's not good. We are going to run out of power in a moment. This is why we need more power storage. I'm going to, for right now, turn the additional ones on here off, although that's not actually going to make that much difference. What is Oh, I know what the problem is. I know what's taking the power. This bloody thing. Because these are all running at IV, so that's 4 amps of IV right there. What can I turn off? See, this is why I needed to do the I think what I'm going to have to do is make a... I might have to make another 4 of these. More power generation is not the easiest thing to do. It's relatively easy to do. But the problem is that... The problem is that we're going to be upgrading soon. Yeah, things are going to run out of power in a minute. And also, in order to make more power, we need to have power in the first place. But yeah, the issue we're going to run into is that this is kind of always a tricky part where you're kind of moving between power tiers, especially as you get to the higher power tiers, because you're generally kind of only just making enough power to run things, and when you start having too many things going at once, it starts causing problems. And we're close to being able to get to a considerably better power generation method in the extreme combustion engines. But we're not quite there yet, because we still need LUV circuits, and we don't have access to LUV circuits yet. And this is kind of what we're doing at the moment, is we're kind of building up the infrastructure so we don't have to worry about these kind of struggles, because I've kind of neglected it for a little while, and that's kind of what we're working on at the minute. Well, the thing that we're actually working on right now is better power storage, because right now, with the amount of power drain we had there, this would last about about a minute and a half. Before it drains completely. I think I can turn these back on. I don't think these actually matter too much. But with what we're working on at the moment, basically we're going to have 10 of these, which each one stores 250 million EU. Which in RF terms is 1 billion. So we're going to go from 288 million storage to 10 billion, which obviously won't help with power generation, but it will mean that for the short bursts where we are producing more things and we are draining more energy, it will be able to sustain that until it gets through what it's doing. Until we can get to LUV circuits and we can upgrade these. I might still add another 4 of these turbines on, but I'm not sure if we need to do that yet. I don't want to spend too many resources building up this power gen when once we get to this, it's going to be significantly better. Because these will generate 6,144 EU per tick, which is not even 1 amp of IV power, by the way. And we have quite a few things running at IV at the moment. That's ridiculous. To 32,768 per tick. And we should be able to run more of these because we'll also be upgrading our fuel from high-octane gasoline, which has a fuel value of 3,200 EU. We'll be upgrading that to Gene gasoline, which has a fuel value of 81,920 EU. So, yeah. We'll be fine once we get to that, but this is always a tricky, kind of a tricky stage to go through. Right, we should be able to turn these back on again now. Yeah, this was the main reason we were having power troubles, because we're currently producing, I think it was like 203,000 RF per tick, which is 50,750 EU. 1 amp of IV is 8,192 EU. So that's like just over 6 amps of IV power that we're generating right now. And that was using 4. And then we've also got the Flatline stuff, which was using... Actually, probably not using a whole amp most of the time, since this isn't running. But yeah, general gist is we have a lot of stuff running, and power is becoming an issue. Life, good morning. How are you doing? Hopefully, not for much longer. We are still working on our Lapatronic Energy Orb, though, and I'm not sure if... that is being made now. 26 seconds. Not the fastest, but it is not terrible. Right, okay, so we've got the 4 tungsten wires. We should be able to make the 16x battery buffer now. The thing I want to know is, can I read the amount of power in this? I might be able to do it with this. We might be able to do what we need to do with the energy detector. Trying to eat breakfast while nauseous and it's a slow endeavor. Yeah, I can understand that. Right, we also need 16 amp converters. Means we need 16 amp platinum cables. Which we need to do a whole bunch of different recipes for. Right. I think that should actually be most things that we need to do. Oh, that needs to go in the cables. We're just going to do the 16 amp red alloy cable. I really hope this works, by the way, because I have no idea if it will or not. It's going to suck if it doesn't. Hey, there we go. Our first Lapatronic Energy Orb. How are we doing for Lapis Dust now? Oh, we're doing alright for Lapis Dust now. Or we're starting to do alright. Right. We need 2 of those. Which isn't going to use up too much of our tungsten, which is nice. Right. I think the first one of these Lapatronic Energy Orbs we want to use to make the IV power unit. For the Omni Breaker, because we do want to get the Omni Breaker made today, if possible. And we do need to make the power unit, which means we need the tungsten steel gears. Actually, extruders are another one of the things that I might upgrade today. Potentially, at least. Right. Tungsten steel bolts. And then more screws. That's not what we want to do. We want to just... Since we don't need... There's no point in making a recipe for these. Should have our screwdriver in there. Get rid of all of that lot. Now, we still need to make the IV assembler. That's one thing we don't have right now. It'll require a clean room, though, which is good. I need to stop making so many things in IV that we just can't run at the moment. There's one converter. Oh, yeah, we do have to wait for... Actually, did I turn on all of those EBFs? Yeah, they are all turned on. Okay. So... This is taking forever. There's a few more things we're going to need to upgrade as well. You know what? I think it might be worthwhile just trying to get to the LUV circuits. The problem is, to get to the LUV circuits, we need things that we can't currently make, like fine lumium wire. So there's a few things we are going to need to do for that. Right, we've got all those, though. Now we just got to wait on the rest of these things. We can't actually make the Omni Breaker yet anyway, annoyingly, but... Because we do still need the IV assembler. But if we can at least get that made... That'll be great. You know what? Let's get this made now. Fuck it. Let's get it made now. It's going to come in handy, like, constantly. So we may as well. Okay, we can only do this with silicon rubber sheets. So we're going to need to set up a recipe for silicon rubber sheets as well. Actually, come to think of it, can we do this? Oh, we could just do it in an assembler. We'll keep the silicon rubber sheet recipe there anyway, but we will change this recipe. Let's go in circuit 1. We also need tungsten cables. How have I not got tungsten cables available yet? I've got like 16 amp tungsten cables, I think, but... Running the robot arms. And then we just need a recipe for the pistons. That should be everything. Oh, we do need the 1 amp IV converters as well. Yeah, again, we're using... Wait, why isn't... Again, it's done weird things. Oh, right, yeah, because it needs to go... wait till it gets to... There, yeah. Which hopefully we can finish what we're doing before this runs out of power. This is why we need better power storage. Come on. Even if we added like 4 more of those on, how much would it actually add power-wise? About another 98,000 RF per tick. So it would be enough, but only just. This is a little too close for comfort. I'm going to have to turn a couple of those off. This is why I should have sorted all of this out long ago. It's still too much. Eesh. Yeah, I think we're going to have to make... I think we're going to have to make more of the large combustion engines. Depends how long it's going to take us to get to... Like, if we were to just make 4 of the extreme combustion engines, we should be able to run them on the high-octane gasoline production that we have now. We should be able to run them on that the production, like what we can produce at the moment. And it would just... It wouldn't be too bad to do. We'd just have to set up a temporary EBF and make some RTM alloy coils. Since we're probably not going to be able to make enough RTM alloy coils to do the whole of the 4x4 one that we've got up there. Or 2x2 one, rather. Oh, come on. Don't be like this. Don't use so much power. What else can I turn off at the minute? That's like a lot of the things that are running at like HV aren't really a problem. It's stuff that's running at like IV. What even is taking all of the power then? That's using 1,920. Like that one is running is 7,680-ish, but it's not running all that often. Oh, all right. Well, this is fixable at least. Oh, don't you go using that microwave. We're in a power shortage here. You can't be doing stuff like that. Right, we are at least gaining power again now, slowly. Although we are going to have to turn on those other 2 EBFs again, because they are still... once all this is done, because these are still in the middle of processing one last thing. Oh, I think we're going to have to... once we've got this power storage sorted, I think we're going to have to try and get the... I think we're going to have to try and get the power generation sorted out. Like, we'll be fine. Once we get to the Naquadah reactors, we'll be fine. Because each one of these produces 3 amps of ZPM power, which is a decent amount. What are we actually waiting on now? And how is the power back to... Yeah, it's back to reasonable levels now. Okay. We all know you're not innocent, Tribble. Still got to do the IV emitter, which means we still need iridium rods. There we go. We've got an IV assembler at least. We do need a recipe for an IV converter of the 1 amp variety. Although for some reason, like when you... Oh, I was wondering why it wasn't just showing the IV converter. It's because of... Hang on, if we did that... Would that work? No. I'm trying to get it so it will just show the IV converter and not... For some reason, I could have sworn you were able to use parenthesis to search for specific phrases. I wonder if it's actually... Oh, right, because it's not... No. That's not right either. I'm trying to find what I would need to search for specifically just to get the converter that I want. Because in IV, because it's got that native conversion in there as part of the tooltip, keep showing everything. And I only want it to show what we want it to show. No, that's a wildcard's life. Stars are always wildcards, basically, so they will match this plus anything before or after. So can you still do it, Furious? Is it still possible to do? Chloe, thank you for the hydrate. It's not too much of a big deal. It would just be easier to do if we didn't have to do it that way. But anyway, whatever. It's fine. Oh my god. Right. I love the fact that we're struggling. We're here struggling for power, and we're making more things that use higher tiers of power. Does it make a difference whether you're using just JEI or JEI with EMI? Hey, everyone should be hydrating. It's kind of a good thing to get in the habit of. Says the person who rarely ever remembers to do it. This is why it's good when I stream, because when I stream, I actually, you guys actually remind me to actually drink. Outside of it, I could go an entire day without drinking a single thing. Yeah, I can relate, Chloe. Right. While it's making our converter, I think we're gonna, like, once we've got this sorted, we are gonna have to focus on getting to the extreme combustion engines. And possibly Gene gasoline as well. But honestly, I don't think I don't think we can get to that at the minute. We do need an IV LCR for it and Dragon's Breath, which we don't have. But the Dragon's Breath we can get from the Ender Dragon Prediction, which would only get 2 every 50 seconds. And that is 6,666 FE per tick to run. So it's quite expensive. All right, there's our converter. Let's go and set this up. I don't know which one we're going to switch over with this, but I think it matters too much. So these are both no circuit ones, right? What do they have in them? That is... Yeah, well, I think what we'll do is... We'll get rid of that one. We'll move this one down. And then since this is making the stuff that we use more frequently, we'll do that. And it's also no circuits. There we go. I am starting to get concerned about our power situation. Right, okay. Get rid of those. You don't have at least one coffee an hour, your throat's been cut. I mean, that's a disturbing thing to think about. Alright, what else do we need? Oh, wait, oh no, it's the power unit we need, isn't it? So we'll grab the IV power unit. I really hope that that does make a difference to which battery you use for the power unit. I'm pretty sure when we tried it before, it did. If we grab, it's 2 circuits we need, right? Yes, we'll grab a couple of IV circuits. Those will take a little while to process anyway. I don't want to think about anybody's throat being cut, Wolfie. That's a concerning thing. Alright, so we also need 4x platinum cables, which, of course, we don't have a recipe for. That's easily fixed. You know what I've just realized? I didn't. This is the second day in a row I've done this, but yesterday I remembered a little earlier. I didn't change the stream title. I've got so forgetful lately. It's becoming a little bit concerning. All right, we need 3 of those. How are we doing for ruthenium now, by the way? Ooh, 651. That's going up. That's actually going up quicker than I thought it would. We need 2 IV motors. And then the last thing that we do not have is the emitters, which need another 2 IV circuits, as well as iridium rods, which we don't actually have yet. We have iridium, we just haven't got it craftable into anything but dust right now. Right, iridium ingots. Ooh, am I going to need to upgrade the, Wait. Oh, hell. There's another thing holding us back. We also need, we need the RTM coils, the RTM alloy coils, in order to process the iridium. Okay, we're going to need to make one, like, temporary EBF. Because we can't afford to replace all of the coils in the 2x2 with RTM alloy at the moment. We ran out of power again. This is fine. let's turn that off as well. And we'll also turn that off for now. I genuinely did. This was not something I expected to deal with today. Right, that will take out the maximum amount for a little while. This was definitely not something I thought we would be dealing with today. I need to slow down on what I'm crafting while we're having these issues. All right, so we got 2 of those, and we got the 2 motors. Those will all go into making the Omni Breaker. The last thing we need is the emitter, but we can't do the emitter yet because we need the RTM alloy. If I were to turn that on again now, is that actually doing anything? No, those aren't actually doing anything right now. I'm actually not sure what is using all of our power. It can't be these. These are only using like 1 amp of HP power each, which is not a lot. I'm trying to think what we have running at like IV or even EV. I guess all the distillation towers. Those aren't using that much. That's only running at HV. That's HV. None of these are running at anything past HV. I guess it does all add up, though. Okay, what do we... Okay, so we got the 2 onto those. All right, so RTM alloy. That's got to be the next thing, then. Exactly, banana. Thankfully, it's stuff I did kind of anticipate was going to happen. But I just hoped it would be a little bit further down the line that we had to deal with this. Right, so... These are in a mixer with circuit 1. Unfortunately, we are going to have to run... our EBFs again. But I think I'm going to turn 2 of these off. And I am definitely going to wait until we have, till our power is full again. Which are you going to turn on in a minute? You should turn on at about 144 million. Yeah, there we go. Right, we'll have to do these in small batches, I think, while we're waiting for this. Right, so the RTM alloy. If we need 16 coils, it's 2 stacks, I think, that we need. 49k Nosagodian pieces and 22k snowballs. Your storage system is so happy. Oh, I bet it is. I mean, at least it's cool, though, with all those snowballs in there. Right, 15 seconds for 7 of them. Okay, that's not going to take too long. What do we reckon, chat? Should I make some more of the large combustion engines now and essentially potentially waste a bunch of titanium? Or do we just try and struggle through, kind of struggle bus it a little bit until we get to the extreme combustion engines, which will give us more than 4 times as much power? Uh, Not stupidly scarce. We've got nearly 4,000. Plus another 3,788 rutile to process. So not ridiculously scarce. Do I have everything? I do have I think I do have everything request craftable as well. So you know what? Fuck it. We'll just make another 4 of them. It's going to stop me stressing about power. Power is always one of the things I hate having to stress about. So if we can hold off on having to worry about it quite so much, it's not going to completely solve our issues for very long. But it is hopefully going to make things a little more manageable while we do work on other things. Right, so what else do we need? So 8 plus 5, I think 26 of the intakes. I need to remember to not craft too many things at once. There actually will only be 4 more cables, Treble. Most of it's going to be lasers. And we probably don't even need the cables, in fairness, but I just like to be able to see into the actual dynamo hatch. But this we're starting to get to the point where we almost don't even need to turn these off. I think what I might do is change the lower threshold and raise it a little bit up to like 75%. That way things will stay on more frequently. Right, what's taking the time for the combustion engines? Liquid tin. Oh. What's taking the time is that we are not using the right circuits. Wait. Oh, wait, no, we are using the right circuits. They have to be IV circuits, don't they? Although we did still need to change that. So yeah, cancelling that was a bad idea. I thought they used EV circuits, but they don't. They use IV. Oops. Okay, anyway. What else do we need? Let's put that onto our hot bar. What else do we use? I think it was 4 amp EV converters dynamo hatches I used. Yeah. Hey, Tyler. How you doing? All right. We said we needed 26 intakes. We are still going to have to get the power storage sorted ASAP, though. Because this is... Like, you see how quickly this goes down? Like, one of these Lapatronic energy orbs will store almost 4 times as much as that entire thing. How's my day going? Somewhat stressful. I keep running out of power. And I got a headache. But otherwise, pretty good. I do indeed need more power storage. That's kind of one of the things we're working on. Unfortunately, though, while we're doing it, we keep running out of power, so... wait. Oh, right, yeah, it's still cycling between the two, isn't it? Yeah. Alright, we are getting there. Alright, so we've got the 4 combustion engines. The intakes are working. What else did we need? Actually, you know what? We can use... Oh, no, we can't wall share with these, can we? I was going to say we could just use the... I think I'm going to... I was going to use the ME import buses. Actually, you know what? We could probably do that relatively easily. That actually wouldn't be too bad to do. And it would also mean that we can stack these... Because basically we need lubricant in these and we need oxygen in them. Oh. I wanted to look at hydrochloric acid. Okay, hydrochloric acid is fine now. I've had more cables, I wouldn't run out of power. Not sure that's quite how it works, Pass, but if I had more cables, though, that's just more things for Tribble to chew on. So unless Tribble can somehow manage to create power passively himself, I don't know how useful that will be. But I think I am going to switch this out to using the ME output buses, or ME import buses, or hatches. So if we make 4 of these, 26 of those. I mean, stranger things have happened, I'm sure. I think we are still going to have a space between these, by the way. Oh, crap. I've fallen off. But I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to set up these extra ones with the ME import buses, and then we'll switch over then we'll have get those ones running, and then we'll switch them over from these ones over to using the same thing, and hopefully everything will just work nicely. But when does that ever happen? Right, we need 4 4-amp dynamo hatches, and we need 4 import hatches. What else do we need for these? Titanium gearbox casings. We need 8 of those? Not by default, no, Tyler. It does have compatibility scripts for it. So you can add it in if you want to. But I opted not to. I'm going to need another 4 4-amp converters as well. I'll fit these on there, 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 and there. Nope, no immersive engineering. It's pretty much all, like, all the tech in it is almost entirely Greg tech. What does it have for power production? It's got, well, what we're using to start with were the numismatic dynamos, which were running off diamonds. And we're currently switching over to large combustion engines. And then we will be switching those over to extreme combustion engines in the not too distant future. So basically it's everything Greg Tech based. Wait, why am I still producing? Huh. We're still making more large combustion engines, apparently. Right, so how many of the titanium casings am I going to need? That's what, 3 by 5, so 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Wait, we need muffler hatches as well, don't I? Yeah, I need 4 muffler hatches as well. Which, annoyingly, I'm not going to be able to cover with anything this time. And we need to get the casing. So what was it? It was 15 minus, so 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, plus 15, 35. So 70 casings, I think. I think this is another one of those times where in my head, like setting something like this up was going to take considerably longer than it's actually going to. And kind of whenever I decide whether I'm going to do something or not, I kind of weigh up the amount of time it's likely to take compared to the benefit it's going to give. And if I don't feel like it's going to give enough of a benefit, I don't bother doing it. Unfortunately, I quite often misjudge the amount of time something's going to take. I feel like there's still something else I'm missing with these, by the way. Maintenance hatches. I forgot the maintenance hatches. I think we're going to put the maintenance hatches on the top. Not that we're ever going to need to get to the maintenance hatches, but it'll be kind of nice to be able to see them. Why are these taking so long? Right, there we go. Okay, that's those done. The only thing is, we are going to have to shift a few things around. Because we do still want these to turn off. Oh, okay, I was actually a little bit short on the titanium casings. Oh, no, I wasn't. I just hadn't finished crafting them yet. Okay, there we go. Right, so we need a mallet. So we can switch these around. And we need 4-amp end steel cables. Or end steel wires. Right, what we do have to do, though, is get these set up so that we can turn these off when we need to. So, I think all we're going to need to do for that is lasers there and there. More machine covers. Alright, let's clone those cards. Right, do I need to invert the way these work as well? I actually don't know. These are really weird in that when you look at this, this is kind of, no matter, like when you open it up for the first time, no matter when you open this GUI, it always shows it as being normal, even if it's inverted. I think either the text is right and the image is different, or it's the vice versa. And it's really confuses me sometimes. Anyway, right. I am going to need some more covered cables as well. I'll bring this up here. And then we'll also, when we switch these over, we should be able to just basically pull all this stuff out and then just replace it with that. All we need to insert into here is going to be... Oh, when we do upgrade to the extreme combustion engines, by the way, we are going to have to get liquid oxygen rather than oxygen gas. Which basically means we're going to have to put it through a vacuum freezer. Right, so I don't know how much we're actually going to need to store in here. But if we keep 2 buckets, we're also going to need... It's lubricant we need, right? Yeah. We need lube. And if we keep 2 buckets of that... And then we'll do the same with high octane gasoline. Okay, good. So those will turn off. Right, what I would like to know is, can we use the memory card to clone those, to copy the settings from that? No, because it's not actually a... Oh, I forgot about this bit, didn't I? Whoops. Let's do this side too. We actually... We have got a few more cables. Technically, it did contribute. I cannot deny this. Not sure it was the sole reason for it, but... Right, now we've got to try and get this down to there. Right, if we just do that... That should work. And then when we get rid of the laser node things, we can just break that and replace it with a cable. All right. Now, the memory card doesn't work. That doesn't surprise me since it's not actually a GregTech machine. But I could have sworn I had a machine settings copier. There is a machine memory card. That's shift same right click to copy machine configuration. I'm hoping we can use that to configure these, just so I don't have to do it manually. But we are going to need to get a few... Wait. Hold up. I've got stuff in there which is kind of telling me I do already have one. I do already have one of these. Never mind. I was going to say, I had things in there that I would only craft to make this. Right, does that work? No. Nope. It does not work. Okay, well. That's fine. Oh, and I can't put these into the bookmarks bar from there either. That's annoying. All right, so high octane gasoline, a lubricant, and oxygen. Actually, I should have put the oxygen in first. All right, so oxygen, lubricant, and high octane gasoline. We will need to keep an eye on the high octane gasoline just to make sure that it will work and like it will continue to will continue to be producing enough. I also need another 4 of these. Because these aren't actually doing anything right now. Right, everything's becoming a mess again. Right, get in the hole, please. Wait, do I need those on extract or insert? Why can I never remember this? There's extract. Okay. And then that needs to extract on channel 2. That does seem to have worked. Perfect. All right. God cloner. What am I missing? Oh, right, because that's not in there. All right. So hopefully... I guess up to 301,558. And hopefully that's enough. I really hope. Hey, Quiet. How you doing? All right, so we should have a RTM alloy dust at least. We need to make the RTM alloy coils. The RTM alloy coils. Oh, we are going to need more vanadium steel as well. Oh, that's a problem. Okay. That's a little bit of a problem. Got out of work an hour late. Ouch. I hope they paid you overtime for that. Where's vanadium steel dust? Right, okay, so this needs to be on circuit 1. We have not got a lot of vanadium dust either. Shit. Okay. So we've got to hope that we have some vanadium magnetite over here. What are you actually processing at the moment? You're still going through the sodalite and everything else, as well as the scheelite. But only 210 vanadium magnetite as well. Okay, so we might have to go and do some more mining for vanadium magnetite. Although maybe not. We shouldn't need a huge amount of it. Vanadium. Sorry, vanadium. Yeah, so vanadium steel. That is done on circuit 2. We shouldn't need too much. I think we only need like 32 vanadium steel for this. All right, so the coils. How's chat and chat? I can't speak for chat, but I'm doing all right. I've got a bit of a headache, annoyingly, but I am not too bad. Actually, it's been a while since I've really had a headache. Oddly, I normally get really bad headaches during like when the weather's particularly hot. But I haven't done the last few weeks. It's only like now that I've started to get a headache. Which I guess is both a good thing and a bad thing. It's good that I haven't been having headaches, and bad that I am now getting a headache. We also need liquid nichrome as well. RTM alloy. That needs helium, which we do have in there. Oh, hang on. ATM alloy. Not ATM alloy, RTM alloy. Get it right, Chach. And that should be on circuit 2 as well. And then coils. I'm assuming these will all go in the same place. Coil can just go in there. Just make sure this is going to work to start with. We'll just do one. Okay. It's doing its thing. That is running at EV, so that should be enough power to cool that. Yeah, that should be fine. We will need to speed this up soon, though, but given our power situation, I'm kind of still hesitant to do that. But that should work. Right. We need 16 of these. Oh, we're missing the nichrome, aren't we? That's right. Liquid nichrome. I do want to see what power level our extractor is. Well, I think it's only like MV or possibly HV at the moment. No, it is just MV. Okay, can I make a... Let's just make an HV extractor. I don't know if we need an H... No, we do need an HV one. Right, and a 1 amp converter. Headaches do indeed suck. I am feeling pretty dehydrated today as well. Despite all the hydrate things that people have been giving me. Okay, let's try that again. If we can do this, if we can start these going, then we may have 1 or 2 of them, at least, by the time we get back off break. Thank you for the hydrate, Quiet. I appreciate it. Give me 2 seconds and I'll do that. And then I'm going to go on a break. Oh, why is that still producing... Oh, I think it's just producing smoke regardless. Yeah, that's much better. That's much better. Okay, right. So that should be able to keep up with anything we are currently doing. Hydrate sound spooked, Ruby. Oh, I'm sorry, Ruby. I know I didn't. It wasn't me that did it, but I'm sorry anyway, Ruby. Anyway, guys, I'm going to go on a short break. If you have been sat down for a while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a few minutes. I will leave you staring at my power, and hopefully we will not run out. I do also need to keep an eye on the high-octane gasoline and everything that goes into that, just to make sure that we are keeping up with everything, but we'll sort that out when we get back. I am going to run some ads during the break as well. I will only ever run these during the break, though, so you shouldn't miss anything. I will be right back. All right, everybody, I'm back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. We do not seem to have run out of power, which is a good sign. Right, we do need to set a few things up on here, though, before I do anything else. We have 3 of our 16 RTM alloy blocks. So we're getting there. What we need to do is we need to keep an eye on, and this is for any, this is what this whole thing was. Well, actually, you know what? Let me. I want to do this. I want to do this properly. Let's see. That's not going to help, is it? I want framed signs. I don't actually know what they look like, though. I know we've got them, but I don't know what they look like. And there is no actual... Oh, hang on. Weirdly enough, they look like signs. Strange, that. Alright. Have I got any black-coloured blocks that I can... I can make some black concrete, I guess. Although... Wait, how am I going to turn this into... concrete? Well, okay, I think I've got a chemical bath over on the other side. There's got to be a quicker way of doing this. Oh, you know what I haven't done? I've not set the distilled water to shut off at any point, have I? Oh yeah, we've still got 5 of those left, but that's all right. We only need this many. I'm kind of just assuming that these work in the same way that normal signs will. And then I'll be able to put... use white dye on these. Alright, okay, so first things first, high-octane gasoline. We need to find all of the things that go into this, and we need to make sure that we have 7, 8, 9. There's like 10 things there, and we've only got... Oh, okay, there's like 10 things there, and we've only got 7 spots for that, so... Hold up. Let's fix that. We just do another 5 of those. Oh wait, I need that white dye, don't I? Alright. Grab those. We need concrete. Okay, that definitely looks a little different, but I think it's fine. Right, and we need black concrete again. Okay, so what do we need? Don't need that. I'm going to put that away. So nitrogen, and we've got 32k at the moment. Yeah, I really hope we can change the color of these because... Okay, we do need the glowing stacks. Okay, so nitrogen. We're going to need this soon anyway, like as well, so that we can... so that we can keep track of this when we upgrade to the extreme combustion engines. But basically what we're trying to do with this is just make sure that nothing is... Like, kind of, we're not making enough of anything, basically. Butene might be one of the things that is potentially a problem. So, butene, 2, 4, 5, 7 buckets. Okay, and then what's after butene? And then acetone. Got 955 buckets, technically. So acetone, methanol. I'm absolutely not just killing time until RTM alloy coil blocks are done. With this, by the way. Oh, they've got acetone on there anyway. Methanol. Methanol, and we've got 10k of those. And ethanol. $8,402 buckets. And toluene. 2,478 buckets. This toluene was one of the ones I was worried about before. And then octane. 2,436 buckets. And then naphtha. Sleepy, how you doing? Don't have a second coffee today. Let's make you skip your afternoon nap or speed run. It's, I guess time will tell, Quiet. I've got a horrible feeling I might be getting ill. Whenever I start to get ill, I start to get toothache. For some weird reason. Okay, now we wait and see if these go up or down. Why do we write the amounts under it? Basically, we're just trying to see whether we are gaining or losing each of these. So if we know what the amount was when we set this up, we can tell, if we check back later, we can tell whether we're gaining or losing these particular materials. Right, and we still don't have our RTM alloy blocks, annoyingly, but that's fine. Let's go and set up the somewhat temporary EBF, which will go there, I think. Yeah, right. What else do we need for this? We need... we're doing this for iridium, so what do we actually need in terms of... These do need IV power. No. Can I make IV energy hatches, or I'm going to need to use 2 EV energy hatches? We do need the HPIC chips. No, we're going to have to use 2 EV ones for now. Just to get this done. Oh, wait, no, we don't need that, do we? Right, okay, what else do we need? We need muffler hatch. Muffler hatch. We need a maintenance hatch. Oh, I can turn these back on again now, can't I? Which will speed things up a little bit. Okay, so we've got the muffler hatch. And that can go. So when on the maintenance hatch, we're going to need an input bus. I will use an input hatch as well, although I don't know if we're going to be doing this with argon or not, because we haven't got a huge amount of argon. But then we also don't need to do a huge amount of iridium right now. And it only takes 50 millibuckets, so it's actually not too bad. Got the maintenance hatch, got the input bus, muffler hatch, input hatch, 2 EV energy hatches, 4 EV, 4 amp EV converter. And I have no idea how many of these we need, so I'm just going to do another 16 of them. That's a lot more than we actually are going to need, but... Okay, so... I'll go there. Oh... I think we were doing the energy hatches on the right-hand side. So there and there. So input bus. We'll do the output bus on that side. Input hatch there. Speaking of which, we need an output bus. Okay, this has drastically stalled. Oh, I think it's stalled because it's still got to do the nichrome in here. And I can't do that until it's finished doing the RTM alloy blocks. This whole sorting things out thing is probably going to take a few more days than I was anticipating. Mostly because I was not anticipating all of the issues I've had with power. Hopefully those issues should be fixed. At least for the time being. Right, now we are just waiting on the coils. I do really like that blue. Actually a really nice colour. Just got a few more end steel wires. And the the lasers out so we can actually power this stuff. Sorry, I keep trailing off in the middle of sentences here. That's in the wrong place. Alright, that's power sorted, and there's the coil blocks. Ta-da! Right. I'll come up with any other games I might play on stream. Not yet. I'm gonna kind of think about it a little bit more towards the time when I actually finish. I actually kind of am likely to be kind of picking something new to play. Right, let's put that on there for now. Also, at this point, I still haven't fully decided exactly what I'm going to be doing. Or whether it may just be that I just don't stream as much for a while. But still continue to play Minecraft. I still don't know exactly what's gonna happen. Right, let me just make a few, just put a few of those in there. We need circuit 2. Probably actually play them yourself, but you've been wrapped up in Warframe. That's fair. No, I've been playing a bunch of other games at the minute, just and not so much I haven't been playing a huge amount of Minecraft outside of streams, but I don't know. I'll see what happens. I'm not thinking too much about it yet, though. Ah, that's much nicer. Okay. So, iridium. Hey, there we go. Our first iridium ingots. We should be able to start looking at lumium as well now. I think we're gonna have to just use this what we have, the EBF that we have there for like lumium and stuff like that, for us to be able to make the things that we need to make for the time being. Oh, we love having you here as well, Guitar Lilin. So thank you for the kind words. Right, can we make this now? We just need 4 iridium rods. We can now make. We are going to need 2 more IV circuits, which we had made, but they are now. We now need 2 more. Oh, okay, that was. Why were they finished so quickly? I have no idea, but I am not going to complain. All right, we just need 2 tungsten cables and a quantum star. Now, I will say that I will likely never completely move away from Minecraft. It would honestly be a terrible idea for me to do that anyway, I think. Right, is the quantum star actually crafting? Hey, Sleeper, how you doing? Uh, well, one of the tungsten cables is crafting. Apparently, I only requested one. Right, quantum star, if I remember rightly, takes a while. Yeah, 48 seconds it'd take. Even so, it still feels like it's taking a while. Oh, that's because we are still running it at HV and not we didn't upgrade to EV. But it's almost done. Right, let's check on some of this stuff. Okay, we're definitely gaining octane and naphtha. Not so much with the refinery gas. But the refinery gas should be fine because we are... we've got it set to always keep a certain amount of refinery gas. And I think that's over... Yeah, we've set it to always keep at least 32 buckets of refinery gas. So it's fine that that's dropping. Nitrogen's fine, oxygen's fine, butene's fine, acetone is fine, methanol's fine, ethanol's fine, and toluene's fine. So we're doing okay for those things. Okay, is that everything we need? It would appear so. That is going to take a minute to craft, literally. But we will have an Omni Breaker. The only thing is, I'm not sure if, with the Omni Breaker, we need an IV, something IV level to charge it. I get scared whenever I stop talking at the exact moment the music stops. I'm sorry. To be fair, I can't actually hear the music anyway. Because I've still got the fan running constantly. Hang on, I'm just gonna have to mute myself for a minute. I need to go and find some paracetamol. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. And we have an Omni Breaker. The Omni Breaker can insta-mine anything. Break individual blocks with right click. Right. Will that charge in there? No, I didn't think it would. Okay. That's fine. Thank you for the welcome back. Xbox. Why was the Xbox Game Pass dangerous? There we go. We have power. Right, now we also need to start making more of these. Can we make 10 of them? Yes. It's going to take a long-ass time to make those. But if we can make 10 of those, that will allow us to make... that will give us what we need power storage-wise. Next thing I need, though, is... these. I think I want to go with the advanced one. I don't think we're going to bother with a setting up a recipe for these because I can't imagine we're going to need too many of them. Oh, thank you for reminding me. Tribble, if you could remind me, if you're still here towards the end of the stream, could you remind me that's the case? How many of these do I need? One. So I can remember to download it. I very rarely check Epic these days. I do need an HV sensor. Okay, and this is crafted with... has to be soldering alloy. Wait, how much soldering alloy do we need? 72 millibuckets and 72 millibuckets. Perfect. Right, that gives us an advanced energy detector. Now, I don't know if this is actually going to work, or how this will work. Right, okay, so problem with the redstone signal. By default, the redstone is emitted when less than the minimum EU and stops emitting when greater than the max EU. Oh, this is actually so much going to be so much easier. Is this in percentage though? Discrete. Change between using discrete EU values or percentages or comparing min-max against an attached energy storage. Okay, so this will set it a percentage. So if we set it to like 90 and 60. So this should emit a redstone signal when it gets over 90% full and stop emit or emit a signal when it gets below 60% and stop when it gets over 90%. Okay, that should actually work quite nicely. And I think IV is 8,192 EU per tick, right? Yeah. So 8,192 EU is 32,768 RF. So yeah, the end stone converters that we have should work fine for this. Better than paying £69 for it. That is definitely true. Right, we're gonna be waiting a while for this. A very long while, I think. Have we got anything in here that's... we've got a few things. Vanadium magnetite, magnetite. Okay, so we've got to do a few more storage things. We really just need one of these to begin with as well. Because one of these is already almost 4 times as much power storage as we currently have. But yeah, this should completely, using the energy detector should completely remove the need for the kind of the redstone setup we've got at the minute for detecting things, which should make it work much better and much more efficiently. Because the one that we have at the minute, recently it's been breaking quite a bit because weird situations which I didn't anticipate keep coming up. Hopefully this should fix that. Vanadium dust and vanadium magnetite dust. Right, do we have any of those yet? No, of course we don't. If I can get at least one of those, it will be good. I've also got to figure out where we're going to set this up. Honestly, we could almost just do it here. We could just have it here. So we have the battery buffer like that. Then RF will convert into EU. like that. And then EU back into RF. Then we have a laser node. Actually, we'll probably put that there. Like that. Come on, just give me one of these so we can test this out. Although I think I would have preferred to have had this over on that side. Hey, Freefall. So I think I'm gonna move these. All right, perfect. Yeah, then we want to do that, that, that. Although again, got it facing the wrong way. So we can output up to 524,288 FE. How many output cards is that? Well, hang on. 9 times 32,768. So we can output up to 294,912 FE per tick. Or that's actually not enough. That actually isn't enough. We might want to get some Lumium going so we can make a few Lumium overclockers. I've had a message from someone who said, "What's that? Build your shots." Makes perfect sense. Right, have we got any of these? We've got one. We have one battery now. So... Right. Let's try and figure this out. I imagine we'd need to put that there as well. The difficult bit here is going to be kind of like transitioning between the two different storage systems. Power storage systems, that is. Oh, that actually works out perfectly as well. Nice. Okay, so we need cover on there. How have I got this set up at the moment? It does turn, everything turns on with a when a redstone signal turns on, doesn't it? So okay. We need to insert into there. Okay, that's not getting any power in. That's because that's an item card, chat. That explains it. Alright, so... Uh-huh. Now, unfortunately, this can only input or output 1 amp of... input or output 1 amp of IV at the moment, which is not enough. We need to get at least... Wait, how much are we producing at the minute? Like 300 and something thousand? So we need at least 9 of these Laptronic energy orbs to be able to output enough. If we... Alright, let's see. Overclockers. If we make... You know what? Let's go and make some Lumium. This should be working just fine. I am going to stop this inserting into here, though. It looks like this will work. But I do need to stop inserting into there for the time being. I am going to make one more of these, however. The only thing is, I can't see how much is going in or out of these. Anyway, let's turn this off for now. We don't actually want power going into that. Okay, so power is getting drawn from there as well. It should also be coming out of there in a moment. Yeah, we need the rest of the Laptronic energy orbs for that to really properly work. But it looks like this is actually going to work. It's a bit of a weird way of doing it, but it should be okay in the meantime. Right, so next thing we want to do is we want to make sure we can batch craft a bunch of Lumium. We can get rid of that, we can get rid of that, we can get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that for now. Lumium, though, is a bit of a pain because it needs primal mana. It also needs luminescence, which we need phosphoric acid for, which we don't currently have. The rest of that stuff we do have. Phosphoric acid we'll look at in a moment. Sterling silver it also needs, and tin alloy. And energized clathrate. All things we don't really have right now. Tin alloy should be easy enough, though. It's just tin and iron dust. That's fine. Sterling silver is copper and silver. That's also fine. Luminescence, we need the phosphor. We've got everything except the phosphoric acid. Energized clathrate. I need to get a source of nether quartz. Like, I really need to get nether quartz sorted. So that is, I think, going to be the next thing that we do. I mean, there's a microminer mission for it, but honestly, I would rather just electrolyze glass. That is probably the way we're going to go about this. If we do this at HV, maybe. We need 4 glass. We'll do that via an arc furnace. Okay, if we... Let's say we want to run get the quartz at... We will do it at HV, I think, just because there's no reason not to, I don't think. That means we are going to need 4 glass every 1.25 seconds. We just need to run this at the arc furnace at MV. We'll make an HV one, obviously, but so we're going to need an electrolyzer. The sand, I think we're going to just create the sand in place as well. This basically means that we need one sand every 0.5 seconds. Or I guess slightly more than that, but that's fine. And then that would just need 2 LV forge hammers. So that should be easy enough. Hang on, have we got... Yeah, so 2 forge hammers. Oh, we've got one more energy orb. Yeah, we've got infinite cobblestone, so we may as well make this all in place. So 2 forge hammers to get to sands, then an arc furnace. Make the glass, and then an electrolyzer. To make the quartz. We're also going to need storage for the quartz as well. Which we already have. Beautiful. And I think since we're the only thing we're running at HV is going to be the electrolyzer, we should be able to do this off a 1 amp with a 1 amp HV converter. Okay, so let's go and set this up. Oh, I need to turn this back on again, don't I? This was turned off. Was there anything else I turned off? I turned that off, didn't I? I'm glad I remembered that. Because that would have been awkward. We can probably set it up here as well, actually. Since we moved whatever was there. Oh, that was... We were making sulfuric acid there before, weren't we? Electrolyzer. Arc furnace. And then 2 forge hammers. I guess we'll do the interface down here. And then power will come down the back. Oh no, maybe we do the power at the side then, since we've already got a place for the interface there. But these are going to have to be underclocked. This needs to be underclocked to MV, and these can just be LV. We could probably just have used the sand from there, but I'd much rather have its kind of own dedicated production line. So interface will go there. And then just lasers.
"7 years. I've been subbed almost as long as my daughter has been alive."
Holy shit, that's a long time, V. 7 years. Thank you so much, man. Can we get some love and hearts in chat? How you been, V? How are you enjoying the RimWorld update? There you go. Next to Pat. Looking awesome. Been really enjoying it. I did install it again, and I did try and play a little bit of it. Not the DLC, just the base game. And I still can't get into it. I'm trying, but I can't seem to get into it. I think it's just that I think a lot of it is that I don't know what I'm doing, and there's very little. It's not at all hand-holdy. And it just leaves you, like, the tutorial gives you, like, the absolute basics. Which normally I'm okay with, but I don't know what my goal is. I don't know what what my aim is. It just dumps you down in this world and says, survive. That's like, okay, fantastic. I know I can set up areas for storage. I know I can build walls and things like that, but like I don't really know what my goal is. And that to me kind of, I both really like that and absolutely hate it at the same time. Because I don't know, I'm probably just not in the right headspace to do this. To kind of go through it all and learn it all. And this is the thing, like, you've got to try and... I think the first game I played, I got through the tutorial and then carried on that game, and then within 5 minutes of ending the tutorial, one of my 3 colonists had been killed by a fucking killer bunny. And that just kind of... I didn't know what the fuck to do at that point. It's like... It's like, I love the idea of dying to a killer bunny, but at the same time, like, what the fuck? I've literally just started. Talk about throwing you in at the somewhat deep end. I couldn't find her at first. It turned out she'd literally ran across the other side of the map trying to get away from it. Well, that's the other thing. Like, I don't like. You've got all these things that you can choose at the start, and when you first start, like you have, I had no idea what was going to be useful and what wasn't. Like, I could make some kind of educated guesses, but like I just didn't really know. So I was just kind of, it just kind of put me off a little bit that I didn't have the faintest idea what I was supposed to be doing, like what my goals were. Like initially. Also, like how much space I needed for things. Like I don't know, like how much space is useful for things, and these are all obviously things that you learn as you play it. And the more you play it, the more you learn, the more you understand. But like to have literally no idea, no way of finding out in game besides trial and error. And if you make an error and all your colonists die, you've got to start all over again. And that to me just feels like kind of like a hardcore world on Minecraft, which I also dislike because I don't like putting so much work into something and then it just suddenly being gone for no reason. So I've been struggling a little bit to, I was struggling a little bit to really get into it. I'm not going to give up on it. I will try it again at some point. Just not right now. Oh, I did play on reload anytime, but it's still the fact that like that happens at all that kind of puts me off a little bit. Like I say, I'm not gonna give up on it. I'm not gonna say, oh, this like I'm not playing this shit now. It's awful. Just like it's something I need to be able to have the time to actually kind of learn it rather than just try my best to fumble my way through. I just realized I don't actually need a laser there, do I? That one doesn't need one. Right, and then we just got to insert into... I haven't got any item cards. Thank you. Well, that's the thing, though, V. You won't be able to help me because I won't accept the help. I like to I do, you know, I like to discover these things and figure them out myself as I go. But the thing is, that's the problem, Quiet. You say that, like, oh, your advice is to try and see if you can eventually get a spaceship built. I mean, that's great, but, like, how the fuck do you get to that point? Like, that's like saying to somebody who's just started playing vanilla Minecraft, right, go and build a fucking entire plat line, Greg Tech plat line. Like, there's a lot of steps in between that I don't understand and I don't know. And like I say, these are things that I need to figure out. And yeah, well, that's another thing. The layout of everything is very confusing to me. It's not overly intuitive. But it's kind of, but even the which stats are important. Like that's the kind of, like, I like to figure this stuff out myself. There's literally no situation ever where I am going to be happy with somebody telling me how something is done. I am incredibly stubborn like that, as you may have guessed. But that's the thing. Like, it's something that I would like to learn how to do at some point. But it's something I will learn in my own way and in my own time. Yeah, I've seen screenshots of Dwarf Fortress. And yeah, but this is the thing, like, there's so many things to learn all at one go when you first start. And it is incredibly overwhelming. So what I really need is just enough time and motivation to spend the time to sit down and learn it. Once I start learning it, I imagine I'm not going to have that much of an issue. But I just need to get to that point where I have the time and the inclination to do it. I mean, we'll see. I did also look at Terra Firma, Greg, as well, V. To see if I could get into that as well. And honestly, that's... because obviously I know Minecraft, that was considerably easier. And Terra Firma, Greg, was actually nowhere near as bad as I thought it would be. At least not in the early game. The only thing that stopped me playing it was the fact that I realized that there was a distinct lack of content past a certain point. Why have you stopped doing what you're... oh, I know. Same reason he always stops. Because you... oh, you mean you didn't play... you don't play well with others, you mean? Yeah, I definitely don't play well with others. But no, I got as far as... oh, one mechanic that did really bug me, in some situations, was the kind of the gravity mechanic and the collapses. I love the idea of it in the mines and having to use the support beams in the mines. I really like that. But when you're building a base, it's fucking horrible. If you're trying to build a nice looking base, it's awful when shit just starts collapsing on you. Yeah, we seem to be doing fine on everything except refinery gas, but the refinery gas doesn't really matter too much. Yeah, it's like a lot of things. It's just something I'm just going to have to get used to and have to take the time to get used to. Right, so we've got another quartz. We should now be able to make at least request energized clathrate. We can make this passive this as well, which actually is probably a reasonably good idea to passive this anyway. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get that passived as well. Because I'm pretty sure we are going to need a considerable amount of lumium as we go through this. So getting everything that we need passived for it would be great. We still need to figure out phosphoric acid, though. Water, oxygen, and phosphorus isn't too bad, but we do need to get the phosphorus. The apatite isn't awful. Does leave us with a shitload of gypsum dust as well, which we don't really have any use for. Due with 7 Days to Die. I still haven't played the latest update of 7 Days to Die either. Right, 4 down, 5 to go. Well, I think 6 more. Let's have a look. See, that means nothing to me. Like, I have no idea what most of that means. Or what any of it is. And that's the thing. Like, you keep seeing these screenshots with all this stuff going on the GUI, and it's overwhelming. And when there's very little direction in-game past the very basic tutorial, it takes quite a bit to get used to. Right. Am I going to need anything more than like an MV chemical reactor for this? Probably not. At least not for a while. But 6... Do we need this for anything but lumium? We do need it for the ultimate gem. I don't know if that's used for much. That's used for monic circuit boards. So we do want to get this passive then. All right. So chemical reactors. So 75 EU per tick for that, and then so we need 250 millibuckets of glowstone every 6 seconds. We run that at MV. We'd have to run it at HV. Yeah, we'd have to do this at HV if we were to do it. Oh no. No, never mind. Yeah, we should be able to do that just about enough. 144 millibuckets in 2.8 seconds. That's what, 2.5 millibuckets per tick? Hold on. 150 divided by 20 is 2.08. Yeah, so that should be fine. If we just have an MV, an MV extractor and an MV electrolyzer, it should be fine. Although I don't have an MV electrolyzer. So I guess we're making... Actually, how much stainless steel do we have at the minute? Oh, we're doing alright with stainless steel. I think I am going to just make these at HV just because I have them craftable at HV. And then we can just underclock them. Oh, wait, what was I saying? Oh, that was for the clathrate, wasn't it? Yeah, okay, so grab that. And we need HV converter, a 4 amp one. Energize. Clathrate. From Moni Labs. Welcome back, Tribble. Oh, the next thing is, are we making enough glowstone for this? I should probably check that as well. Because if we are using one glowstone every 2.8 seconds... How often are we getting it? 16 every 50 seconds. Okay, we are probably going to need to get another witch prediction. Yeah, we're only going to be getting like one glowstone every 3 seconds or so. We are going to need another witch data model. Which is in there, right? No, glowstone isn't a problem, but we do still need to have one more data model. Like, regardless. How are you doing, by the way, Hideyoshi? That will be that we're copying. Right. What storage cell am I using for glowstone, by the way? A 1K or 4K? Neither. We are not actually storing it in a storage cell at all. It's currently still in a drawer. Fusion 2 is done. Currently ripping up all the LCRs to automate passive everything. Nice. Do the fusion reactors still have the... So I remember in Monifactory, the fusion reactors, when they were turned on, they had the emissive kind of ring running through them. That just looked absolutely awesome. I'm hoping they still have that. Ah, nice. Something to look forward to then. Right, okay. I need a 4K drive for glowstone as well. Do I want 4K or do I want 16K? I need to start looking at 64K drives for things. Actually, you know what? Let's do it as a 16K instead. We need to start thinking about... And actually, speaking of 16K drives, how much can we store in them again? 130,000? Yeah. That'll be fine. Oh, one more of our Lapatronic energy orbs. Almost at a point where we can start switching over to this thing. Um, I don't know, actually. I think they've just got the LCRs. I don't remember there being anything past the LCRs. I don't think there's anything past that. Unless there's a multi-block that I'm not remembering. Dimensional super assembler. Got biocharger, omnic forge, large and aquatic reactors. Hyperbolic microverse projectors. Discharger. What the hell does the discharger do? Discharges a massive amount of energy to perform recipes. Fair enough. Subatomic digital assembler. Quintessence infuser. Implosion collider. Matter alterator. I'm assuming that is the atomic what are they called? Atomic reconstructors. How was that? 95 or 94? Hold on. Steam separator. I think that's just a steam centrifuge. Oh, 93. Oh, the power transfer Einstein-Rosen bridge. Basically, it's wireless EU transfer. It was added in one of the recent updates. Basically, I think you give it, I've not tried it yet. I've looked at it briefly in the creative world, but I've not actually played around with it properly. But I think you basically give it a code, and then you give another one the same code, and then it will base in any dimension, and it will transfer power between them. It's got something about it in here. Yeah. The power transfer Einstein-Rosen bridge, or PTERB for short, is a wireless version of the active transformer. It uses Einstein-Rosen bridges to transfer power across vast distances or even across dimensions. Each PTERB can be set to a specific numbered frequency. Once attuned, all PTERBs operating on the same frequency act like a single active transformer, allowing for perfectly efficient power transfer. So yeah, that's what it is. I've still not decided what I want to do with as far as late game power transfer goes. Whether I know I'm gonna continue using. I know I'm gonna continue using RF power transfer for a considerable while, but eventually that is not going to be sufficient. I'm gonna have to switch to something else. So I'm gonna have to figure that out at that point. Right, okay. We should be able to transfer all of the glowstone. Although I am going to need another import bus. Acceleration cards. They should, just to make sure this is actually working as intended, this should have turned on these, right? Yes, good. All right, I'll put those in there, and we'll update the amount of glowstone we can store. We update it to 128,000. Should be good. Why would LCRs be scary in the first place? They're basically just significantly more efficient chemical reactors with a few extra recipes. Right. Let's put this down here, I guess. We're going to have to reorganize all of this lot at some point. Actually, can we do... Oh, right. I never set this up, did I? Whoops. Right, let's get that to turn off, because we really do not need that much distilled water. There's literally like one recipe we needed it for. So if we just keep like 512 buckets... Perfect, alright. So the petrochem patterns. You're having problems with the dual hatches having distinct circuits on the same machine. I tend not to use the same machines for multiple things, especially if they use circuits. Like, you can do it, but it, like, you end up with issues like that. So I tend to keep most things, like, if I'm going to be making, especially if I'm going to be passiving things, I tend to keep most things separated. Except for things like this, where we've got a bunch of different recipes going through from the plat line. Through one LCR. Oh, have we gone through all the bornite now? We have. And we've still got 23,000 PGS, though. Right, let's set this up. How have I got this set up over here? All the energy cables at the back. Okay, that should be fine. Wait, why did I make an electrolyzer? I have no idea. I needed a chemical reactor. Okay, right. Chemical reactor. Extractor. We need some vibrant alloy cables. Yeah, like, is there a particular reason you're trying to do like multiple recipes in the same LCR rather than using separate LCRs for it? Like, is there a particular reason you're doing it that way? Like, not that it's a bad way to do it, but it's just kind of 9 times out of 10, it seems to be more hassle than it's worth. Justify circuit boards can be pipelined if you're not passiving them. That's fair. But then having things dedicated tends to, at least in my experience, tends to work better anyway, and certainly be more efficient. But then again, that's mostly just because that's what I'm used to doing, I guess. And it just saves on, unless you're really short on materials for whatever reason, or space, it just saves on confusion. Wait, you've not... You've got to that point, you haven't passived PTFE? I mean, this is literally all my PTFE is. But it could be that this was set up before we had LCRs. Well, obviously it was set up before we had LCRs because we can't make the LCRs until we have PTFE, but... stuff like that, like something like things like PTFE, or once we get to PBI, we're going to have to be passiving that. Like anything that I know I'm going to be needing a lot of, I tend to passive as early as I can. Right, okay, so we need to output glowstone. What else do I need to output? Quartz. Speaking of which, how are we doing for quartz? Alright. I'd never set this up to actually turn off, did I? Alright, and we will just... I guess we stop the extract. We'll extract only when there's a high signal. Acids, polyethylene, yeah, well, pretty much all of that aside from PBI, and I'm actually not sure what the last one is. I remember that from Nomi when I played through that. But yeah, this was polyethylene and PVC. That's the PTFE. And that's epoxy, I think. Yeah, that's the epoxy stuff. Along with a few other things, like epichlorohydrin. Anyway, right, we need to set this up. Actually, let's just do 30. No, just put 8 in there at any given time. Then that is going to push down into there. I'm going to need more emitters as well, and covered cables. The weird end game rubber. What, the styrene butadiene rubber are we talking? Or are we talking later game than that? What do I need? I need that. Oh, and cable anchors. Oh, that stuff, yeah. That was something that wasn't in Nomi CEU. But I've not had to play with that yet. I haven't had the pleasure. I did notice it earlier when I was looking at something. Was it the... Ethyl cyanoacrylate. This stuff. What is that used for exactly, anyway? Actually, have no idea. Ah, that stuff, yeah, so... Polyethyl cyanoacrylate sheets. Yeah, we've not got to that yet. I've not even looked at that yet. Right, okay, so... What do I still need to do? We need to extract from there. There we go. Energize clathrate. And insert that into there. Right, we want to turn this off. I think the only time we're going to need to turn this off is basically when we have enough of it. So if we just keep 8,192 for now. And then we set that to when it's got a high signal. That should stop extracting to there now, which it is. Perfect. Right, so that is the clathrate. Are these finished yet? How many more have we got left of these to make? 3 still. Hatches on a multi-solidifier may be distinct, but it won't respect the pattern distinction. I'm sure I've used the multi-solidifiers before. And not had the issue, or I had the issue and then found a solution for it, but I can't remember for the life of me what it was. It would have been in Monifactory. Or I could just be completely misremembering. I don't know. How many have we got in there? 4, 5, 6, 7. 3 more to go, and then we'll switch over from using this. It's going to be nice to have some slightly better power storage for until we get to the substation. You're aware of the dual hatch bug when you want when you want to set up a multi-block fluid solidifier. You can't make hatches distinct, though, can you? You can only make buses distinct. If I remember rightly. Have I got anything with hatches on it? Yeah, there's no option to make them distinct. You can only do it with buses. Can I find a bus anywhere? Yeah, you can make the buses distinct. You can't make the hatches distinct. I haven't got any dual hatches anywhere. I've got quad hatches. Let me go and check those. See if they have one. So I would be surprised if quad hatches don't. So how would you get the multi-block fluid solidifier to work then? That's actually an interesting point. It's something I hadn't really thought about. Oh, the bus and hatch. Wait. You know, I've never actually used those. And I guess I won't be either if they don't actually work. How goes the Greg Tech in? It's going all right. We're doing... Things are slowly coming together. I'm still waiting for my Lapatronic energy orb so I can actually have a little bit more power storage. We're down to our last 3 being made. It's taking fucking forever. So we're trying to make Lumium in the meantime. Work one to a machine. That's kind of pointless though, isn't it? I can't even make any of them yet because I'm not an LUV yet, so I can't even make one to have a look. Hope they hurry up. Yeah, me too. In the meantime, though, we do still have lumium to make. I still need to make phosphoric acid. This is going to be our real problem at the moment because we haven't got a great deal in the way of anything. Oh, no, hang on. Never mind. We've got 17k appetite, so we can make phosphoric acid. In the meantime, do I have storage for gypsum dust? Yes, I do. Perfect. Okay, right. We're not going to be passiving this just yet. We are just going to have to make a recipe for it. But that should be fine. The luminescence, though... I'm going to have to double check what we've got as the recipe for that, because I'm pretty sure we haven't got phosphoric acid craftable. We do need sterling silver as well. That is circuit 1. I might need to do a recipe for silver dust as well. We've got 2,000. Well, it'll be fine for now, I think. Wait, that was circuit 1, right, for the sterling silver? Yeah, okay. Wait, what was in there? There was a recipe missing from there. No idea. Right, and then just tin alloy. Now it's just iron and tin dust. Do I have any much in the way of tin dust right now? No. No, we do not. Okay, so I guess we are doing a macerator recipe for that then. I can click the right thing. Where are we looking? Macerator. Oh, that's what the recipe was. It was the RTM alloy. For what? How did that get moved? Why did that get moved? Who knows? Right, tin alloy dust was also circuit 1. And then the lumium itself was no circuit. Right, let's see. What is it going to tell us we don't have? Nothing, apparently. Oh, we do have a crafting recipe for phosphoric acid. What crafting recipe? Would you stop that, please? What crafting recipe did we have? Oh, we did have the apatite dust and apatite dust, water, and sulfuric acid. Okay, cool. So if we just make 2 stacks of lumium for now. And then we'll go and put our lapatronic orb down here. I can't believe we're putting so much time and effort into doing this when we're literally only going to be using it for, like, until we get to the substation. But at least the lapatronic orbs are going to be reusable. So, I've been designing recipes for your packs so you can bypass having to use inscribers for AE and such. What alternative methods have you been using? Right. Oh, they're so slow. You know, at this point, I'm actually regretting the fact that we didn't do this with blue steel. It would have been a lot quicker. They probably would have been done by now because this is taking forever. Each one of these Laptrons is taking 60 seconds. And we need 8 for each thing. So 8 minutes per, roughly 8 minutes per thing. Yeah, that's... Alloy smelter, and you made some hand recipes that use durability on tools. Cool. The crystal chips, which are 5 minutes per chip. Yeah, you gotta love how long things take in this. It does look like we are gaining on everything though, which is good. This will not be the case once we get to extreme combustion engines. But hopefully at that point, I think my plan once we get to the extreme combustion engines is basically to make 4 of them to start with and run those on high octane gasoline, and then with the power we have from that, we should have enough to be able to get the stuff that we need for G and gasoline. Yeah, that's the good thing about Greg Tech. There's pretty much always something else to be doing. Speaking of which, how are we doing for ruthenium now? Still 657. We haven't used that much, actually. And nearly 300 iridium. Plus another 30 iridium ingots as well. That's not bad. And the lumium is now coming in. And I'm assuming we can just put this into an EBF with RTM alloy. It does need helium, though, and not argon. So I'm going to have to remove the argon from the RTM alloy one for now. Which I might have slightly overestimated how much of that I was going to need in there. And then we'll just put a little bit of helium in. How much... Wait, if we are doing 2 stacks of these, how much helium are we going to need? 100 millibuckets, so 12.8 buckets? Something like that? 13 buckets? And there we go. That will be making our first lumium ingots. The reason I want a little bit of lumium now so that I can actually make the next tier of overclockers. Just so we can actually extract enough power from this. Unless your you and your bottleneck is 1 freezer until UV. Yeah, the freezer is something I need to add a couple more into my setup as well, especially once I start passiving a few more things that are going to require it. Right, I really hope this thing works the way I hope it does. I can probably test this with... I do not have a redstone lamp. Why do I not have a redstone lamp? Right, let's put that up there for now. Oh, actually, let's just do that on the... I'll put on the red channel for now. Okay, so... Basically, the way I'm hoping this should work is... when this drops below... Why is that at 33%? When it drops below 60%, it'll turn on. And when it goes above 90%, it'll turn off. We can't test that out yet until we can fill this up. So... That's a problem. Okay. Let's see. Where is my EBS? There we go. Our first lumium ingots. Beautiful. I've just realized something. Oh, no, we're fine, I think. No, we're not. Oh, fuck off. Let me take these out for a minute. I'm going to have to break this I'm going to have to break this down. Grab, first of all, make one more RTM alloy ingots. Just so I can get the quest done. This is the downside to, like, setting recipes up for everything as you go, rather than manually doing anything, is that you forget to pick up things like the RTM alloy ingots, and you just turn them straight into coils. Yeah, we're going to have to passive liquid oxygen as well, yeah. I've already kind of considered that. I haven't done the maths for it yet, but we'll do that at some point in the not too distant future. I can go in there. Are you gonna give me the quest? Oh, you've already done it. Okay, never mind. Fine. Oh, actually, you know what we can do? We can test this out with this. We should be able to just insta-break those. There we go. There's the 16 coils. Now we can get back to actually doing our lumium. And I am very curious about this. It says it can break any block. Like, insta-break any block. It lied. Can insta-mine anything. Except bedrock. Oh, that's quite nice, though. I had a feeling it wasn't going to work on there, but I was curious. Alright. Nearly there. Right, how much lumium do we need for our next overclocker tier? There's one of these, just so we can actually extract enough power out of the thing. Well, I do as little manual mining as possible, Hideyoshi, so... And I don't like using the drills because I tend to forget to change them off by the AoE mode when I'm using them around the base. So 9 times out of 10, it just ends up in me dismantling a whole bunch of shit that I then need to put back together again. At least with this, you can set it so no matter what, you can break a single block at a time. So just tap right click and it'll just break one block. So it works. Anyway, right. What am I doing? Overclockers of the lumium variety. Right, and we need lumium wire, which I'm assuming just goes through a wire mill. Right, and then overclockers. If we just make, say, 12. Let's just do 16 of those for now. We only need. Hang on. If we've got 10 amps of IV, how much is that going to be RF wise? 327,000. So we really only need 3 of these. Can I make the other overclockers? Why have I not got this set up yet? Actually, don't know why I haven't got those set up yet. Well, there's very few things that need a wrench to be broken. In fact, I've only come across one so far. Wait a minute. That's going to take forever to come through, isn't it? Because the autoclave is... Oh, actually, it's not too far off being done. Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, there's only one block I've come across that you can't break with a... You can't break with just a regular pickaxe. And that's the vent, the kind of the vents from the clean room. These things, filter casings. All right, are we there yet? One more to go. We grab those. Own that a couple of times. I need more energy cards. There we go. Right, so that should give us about 300,000 FE per tick kind of extraction. Right. Okay, so that needs to go... Let's try starting to use this. This may go horribly wrong, by the way, so... we're going to need to... How are we going to do this? Because we need to... Because everything's going to go through into here now. But we need this to shut off these. So how have I got this set up again? These will work with... I've got to remember how we had this set up. These look like they should work when there's no signal. Which is not the way it should work. So nothing will be going into there. The annoying thing with this is going to be I'm not going to be able to see how much power is going into or out of this. I'll be able to see overall whether it's going up or down, but I won't be able to see how much is going in or out. So we might have to try and find a way of sorting that out. But right, this is going to want to output a redstone signal. On what channel? On orange. But I think this... Does this need to be inverted? Is my question. We need to take this out of here. For a moment. Right, why is that turned off? So, talk to me about, like, by default, redstone is emitted when less than the minimum EU and stops emitting when greater than the max EU. So why are you... Oh, right, I know why. Okay, so these, I think, need to be inverted, don't they? And if I turn this to... Yeah, those need to be inverted. All of these... Or... we don't invert them, and we just invert it in one place on here. Which should, but apparently hasn't, turned those off. So by default, it's emitted when the minimum EU and stops emitting when greater than the max EU. So why is that still emitting a redstone signal? Only thing I can think is... let's remove that. We are going to be running out of... we've already ran out of power. Fuck. Okay, I knew this transition was going to be a little bit weird. And now everything is turned off. What the fuck? No, everything is supposed to shut off at a certain point. That is emitting a redstone signal. Or is not emitting a redstone signal. So no, this should have been... oh, I'm gonna have to... my brain's melting. Right. What I'm a little unsure about is why this is still getting 30 RF per tick coming into it. I'm a little confused about that. But hopefully everything is still actually working right now. Yeah, it looks like everything's working. But yeah, trying to figure out how this works. My concern with this is... I don't know, like this is supposed to emit a redstone signal, but I don't know whether it will actually get detected by the laser node. Right. Well, we don't want stuff coming into here. Like, we need this. We need this to be ignored, and we need this to be what triggers everything. But for some reason, this is not doing what it's supposed to be doing, or what I expected it to be doing. So, okay, now everything has turned back on again now, which is good. I think I can get rid of that. And everything should be turned off. Now, the only thing is, we need to kind of wait until this gets to over 90% full. Because then everything should shut off. Although, we don't have to do it at 90%. We can, to test this, if we set the minimum to, say, 10% and the maximum to 25. What is 25% of 2.25 billion? $162 million-ish. Okay, that's going to take a little while. Okay, so that should turn off. And then when it drops below 5%, again, it should turn back on again. And then we just need to find a way of displaying how much frickin' power we are getting out of this thing. Right, what's 5% of 2.25 billion? 112.5 million. Everything should be off now. And when it gets to 112 million... Yeah, once we figured out, we're just basically testing to make sure it works and not waiting around for like half an hour to do it. Looking forward to the potential GT patch tonight. Are they going to fix the textures finally? This GT update would make what a lot easier, Chloe. Ah. You good, Quiet? Right, nearly there. Now, hopefully... And everything kicks back on again. Beautiful. I'm pretty sure it's something we can do anyway. I'm pretty sure there was a way to do it with GregTech. I do want to have a look at that monitor in a minute. I'm not sure if that's what we actually need, but I do want to have a look at that. All right, so we want to set this to 90%, and we'll set it to 60%. So everything should stay on now. But it's whether it just shows the amount of power in there, or whether it shows the kind of input and output amounts. I doubt it will show the input and output amounts. 24 aluminium foils. Fine copper wire. Snell V circuit. All right, let's have a look. Stay on for a long time if you don't run out of fuel. We shouldn't run out of fuel. We're still making plenty of it, so we shouldn't have any issues with that. Yeah, that's not helpful. That's not helpful at all. Screwdriver won't do anything except show us the same thing that's it. The hell was that in there? The same thing that was in there. It will just show us that. I think, anyway. I'll grab a screwdriver and find out, but... Oh, wait, hang on. Do I have a screwdriver in here? I could have sworn I made an electric screwdriver. I guess maybe I didn't. We probably didn't need it. Nope. Nothing to configure on there. Can configure this, but we can't configure the other one. Why is that showing up in there? Oh, wait, hold on. I haven't even put the cover on there. That would help. But no, I still can't do anything with it. It does show a nice, funky animated texture, though. Hmm. The only thing I can think is... Nope. Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember how the monitors work. So I remember there was something that we could use for viewing stuff like this in older versions, and I can't for the life of me remember what it was. Hold up. Let me see if I can find anything on anywhere. It's another thing that could really do with better documentation. Some of the things in here. I don't think it was the computer monitor. There was a multi-block screen that you used to be able to use that there was with this, but again, that was in 112. The last time I used it, so and it was I think the last time I used it, it was basically used as for reading parts of a multi-block. Yeah, it's just all the covers. Not finding anything that would potentially be what I'm looking for. I mean, documentation has never been a major thing with Greg Tech anyway. For the most part, you don't need it. For most things. Um... Right, I'm going to keep looking for this, though. There's got to be something here that we can use to actually view this stuff. I'm wondering if the... Hold on, I want to make one of these. I'm kind of curious what these are. I'm just curious what things are at this point. Right, this is actually a good test to see whether we are going to be keeping up with fuel production. Right, I do want to make a debug scanner, though, or a portable scanner, rather. Although I am going to have to make batteries. It's going to be kind of a pain in the ass, but could be worth... Oh, never mind, we already have a medium battery. But we're fine. Can I hold any more batteries? Yes, it can. It can hold up to 16. So we can check how much is in there. I was a little curious whether we can somehow transfer this information. Oh, it used up our computer monitor. I was wondering if we could somehow transfer this information to a monitor. I don't know how that would work, but... Let me see. Right, monitor... So glass pane, aluminium foil circuits. I'm just messing around at this point. Alright. 4 of those, and... LV circuit. Nope. I was hoping that would work slightly differently, but apparently not. Okay, that's fine. But this does seem to be working, however. So, that's good. And it does mean that we've gone from 288 million RF storage to 2.25 billion. Wait, hold on. Which is not enough because we still have one Lapatronic energy orb that has not been put in there. 2.5 billion or 10 billion RF storage, which is a little bit better than 288 million. Okay, I think I'm going to keep these here for now. just in case for some reason this does break. And we have to switch back to it. But I am going to disable that. Oh, I've just fucked it, haven't I? Wait, have I fucked it? No, everything's... Why is everything... Oh, I just fucking broke it. Right. Okay, hold on. We can put that back in there. If we turn that and that to a unused channel, that shouldn't get affected by anything in here now. And if for some reason this does... if for some reason this does need to be kind of reused, everything's there and still set up, and I don't have to remember what the hell I was doing with it. We probably can make more of those orbs, but there's no point because we're not making enough power for it to keep up with it anyway, so there's really not much point, given how long they take. I do wish I could find a way to do that, though. To be able to see how much power was in there. Yeah, I don't think there's a way for me to do it. That's kind of annoying. I'm sure they used to have monitors. And there's just nothing anymore. Oh, okay. I don't think it... Apparently, according to the thing that I found up from, like, Greg Tech 5, it also didn't do anything then. It was just only really used in the portable scanner. I wonder if we can still use a sensor. Nothing at this point is using more power than we're making, but as we progress, we are going to be in a situation where something will be. This seems to be going all right at the minute. But no, can we... No, we can't use a sensor on there for that either, can we? Wait, no, because that's a redstone one. That's not what I fucking... Oh, Jesus Christ. You can tell it's getting to the end of the day and my head is starting to hurt at this point because I'm just doing all sorts of stupid shit. I needed energy cards and we haven't got any. Make a few more of those. I think we are going to be calling it a day in a moment, though. But I'm starting to feel a little bit dizzy. But we're gonna have to get back to this on Monday because there is so much that we still have to do. Actually, while we're doing this, hold on, let me redo all these signs. Just to what they are currently at. Now that we are actually This we know is going down anyway. That doesn't actually matter. That's still the same. That's still the same. 2630. Stone is at 996. Methanol is now at 11k. Ethanol at 85. I can't read that now. 8581. And then toluene at 2605. Okay. Right, we've also got energy cards now. Right, let's just see. No, that's not really going to tell us anything, though, is it? It's just going to tell us when it's at a certain value. Or whether it's over a certain percentage or not. Oh, that is kind of frustrating. Oh, well, this does appear to be working, though, and we do appear to have power, which is good. I'm going to have I'll probably have spend a little bit of time having a look through and seeing if there's anything I can do in terms of tracking energy levels and power levels throughout the base. But that will be something we focus more on another time. We did get a reasonable amount done today. We've got Lumium set up, sort of set up at least. We should be able to make Signalum now as well. This means we can upgrade backpacks. We can make the Signalum integral components now, but honestly, we don't really need them anymore. On Monday, what do we still need to do? There's a few things we need to get passive that we haven't yet. So things like stainless steel, we need to passive. Once we can get to the extreme combustion engines, we can probably start phasing out the numismatic dynamos. That will free up a whole lot of space for data models, so we can get more resources coming in from that. We do also need to start looking at the alloy blast smelter as well, because we are going to need that for the IV multi-blocks. But I think we still need to... There's still a bunch of things that we need to get kind of sorted out. I think for the most part, though, things are okay. Things are going pretty well. Anyway, for now, I am going to have to love you all and leave you. I'm going to go and get some food and lie down for a little bit. Give me a second and I'll see if anybody is live. One person is live that we can go and see. We haven't raided anybody in a little while. I've been...
Just in Norfolk.
Oh, there we go. Oh, there's a preview of where we're going. Let's go and see Banana. He is currently playing All the Mods 9 to the Sky. Oh my god. The amount of time torches. I'll never understand the obsession with tick accelerating everything. I'll never get it. But anyway, let's go and see Banana. He is another person with an absolutely awesome looking base. But yeah, I will be back on Monday. And we'll get a little bit more progress done. But yeah, as far as the raid is concerned, all I need you guys to do is copy the raid message, the /me #ChaverRaid. Tribble, thank you for the reminder. Copy that message. Once we get over to Bananas, paste that into the chat there, along with any heart emotes you have available. They don't need to be mine. Any will do. Just show them a little bit of love. But yeah, have an amazing weekend, everybody, and I will see you all on Monday. Take care of yourselves.